Meanwhile, Loren had given the dwarf her pouch of water. "What's your name, dwarf?" "Ramus." And then he poured the water into his mouth like he hadn't had a drop in days. "Haven't you had any water?" "Just mead, lots of it." He gestured to the scattered barrels near his cart. "You're a merchant, aren't you, Ave?" "I, at least I used to be until my blasted wagon lost its wheel. I'm not much of anything now." "Don't say that. You'll still be an amazing merchant when you get back." Hmm. Is the game somehow stuck on a certain screen? That would be weird, right? Can you capture the game, please? It almost looks like it was... Okay, there we go. I don't know why it was doing that. That was weird. It was stuck on like the starting screen for some reason. That is weird. Ramas blinked, staring deeply at the female dwarf trying to comfort him. He looked as if he were in a trance. "I... Are there any goods we can purchase from you? We have a long road ahead of us, and we may restore your merchant's honor yet." "Of course I got goods to sell. Just take a look." "Nothing we can afford, it looks like." Or nothing we can... No, okay, that's nothing we can use. We're on his portrait. Okay, maybe something we can use. Two-handed sword hellhound. Lightning, air damage, prefer to avoid that. Dark, two-handed, and the ritual dagger. Let's see. Slightly better damage, less attack. More crit hit, less defense. Hmm, maybe. Maybe so. Oh, that's damage type dark anyways, never mind. Ah, wrong button. I may have just wasted some money. Actually, you know what? It's close enough. Ha. And it does change. It does change. The store does change. It changes even just from that right there. Hmm. Okay, so we already have the sword Cletus. It's not as good as the hand axe. Hand axe is pretty good. These others are two-handed and we're dual wielding, so is it better than what we've got right now, though? I'm not sure how I feel about that damage versus attack thing. does have quite a bit more crit, hit, defense, and speed, though. Oh, I don't have enough money anyways. That's 270. Okay. Never mind. Okay, so you use, what do you use against staffs, right? So you don't want any of these because there's no staffs. You use bows. This arbalist does look pretty good. So, and we do have enough, so let's buy one arbalist for Dora. That sounds good. And then you use staffs as well, so we don't need this. We can sell this for 50. Is there anything we can buy for 80? Probably not. That's not a lot of money. Reinforced cap. We can buy a reinforced cap. Does anybody need a reinforced cap? That's not as good defense. It is a little bit better speed, but that's about it. That is better defense. We do lose one speed. So yes, we will buy one reinforced cap for Eleanor instead of a padded cap. Now, can anybody use the padded cap? You cannot even equip the padded cap because that's medium armor and you need cloth armor. You have a leather helm. You can equip the padded cap and it is just better overall. Better defense, better threshold. So there you go. You get the padded cap. Now can you... No, you cannot equip even light armor. You have to be strictly cloth armor. Okay. So that means we can sell the leather helm. Okay. That looks good. And we can also sell this quartz. I forgot about that. Precious gem you can sell to merchants to get some gold. So that indicates to me that's purely for selling. Which means we now have 78. Which means maybe we can get another reinforced cap. That sounds like something we can do. I think only one person even needs it. Because that's what you've got on. You two can't even equip it. Yeah, only one person even wants it. Because you've got yourself a plate helm, which is much better. You've got a reinforced cap already. You two can't equip one. So yeah. 2 defense at the cost of 1 speed. Sounds just fine to me. Okay. Ramas regained a colorful disposition and happily showed the party his goods. After a few purchases, he seemed not only happier, but healthier. He still couldn't keep his eyes off of Dora, however. Thank you very much. It's the least we could do. Bandits attacked me and I didn't know what to do. I couldn't just leave my cart in the middle of nowhere. Those are just things. You would risk your life for material possessions. Being a merchant is all I've known, lady. With that axe, I could assume you know something of battle, too. Oh, this old thing? We've been together for a long time. If you know how to use that axe, then we may require your services. We can pay, of course. Pay? After what you just did for me? I'm following you guys to the end of the world. That's the spirit. Dora jumped up and Ramas smiled excitedly. I agree. Dwarves are powerful people and would be wise to have by our side. Will you join us, Ramas? He glanced over at Dora one more time. You couldn't keep me away. Then it's settled. Your help in retrieving the sword will be valuable indeed. A new party member, Ramas, the warrior berserker. And so a new member joined their ranks. They wasted no more time and continued towards their goal. Dora explained to Ramas their quest to retrieve an ancient sword in return for their freedom. He seemed to hang on her every word. I never doubted Ramas for a moment. I knew I could trust him, even if we had just met. I knew because I could tell that he had fallen in love with Dora at first sight. Love is what makes heroes of us all, and villains. While ascending the mountain, they heard the haunting calls of orcs in the distance. They could not believe that such creatures roosted in these hills, but they kept their eyes open. Did you see that? See what? I thought I saw something over in that patch of snow. Everyone stared at the snow around them, but saw nothing. I suppose you're still jumpy from. Large snow orcs sprang out from piles of snow and roared at them. They had set a trap, waiting for fresh meat.
Try this on for size. I hope this is slightly uncomfortable.
Why are there imbeciles everywhere I go?
I knew I saw something. Your dwarf eyes are proving useful. What about my dwarf eyes? They're always on somebody else's things. Dora pouted and pretended that she hadn't heard that. The party wound down as the sun set, and they had set up camp. They were sore from their many battles and tired from the endless walking. They huddled close around the campfire on account of how chilly the air was that night. Everyone, that was, except for Draco. Your fire mage, where is he? They all looked around and could not spot even a trace of him. A Polymisho scowled. He has been acting odd since the very beginning. What are you implying? A man who acts the way that he does is hiding something. He could be a spy, perhaps. That man, a spy? Who would ever hire that fool? Elder Druid Mirth is apt to hire fools, and foolery is a clever disguise. You would do well not to forget that not all are as they seem. Draco. No, he may be silly, but he's not. He couldn't be. A lot of spies in this territory, though. Elves don't let any impure humans walk around their territory, so the Empire has to hire elves to spy for them, and the other way round, too. Eleanor straightened with a start. Draco isn't human. He's a half-elf. A Polynesio stood up abruptly, scanning the trees. I knew that he was not to be trusted. Why? Simply because he is part elf. The magician did not respond, because he knew it to be true. Not all elves are untrustworthy. Eleanor is proof of that. She looked over at her companion. Eleanor felt touched that Loren had come to trust her, even though she had just been a servant in the beginning. That has yet to be seen. Excuse me? Eleanor stood up, causing Loren to rise and step in front of her as a warning to settle down. A twig cracked behind them, and they all looked over in surprise at Draco walking back into camp. What's a standing ovation for? I just needed to drain the lizard. Loren and Eleanor shared a look, unsure if he was telling the truth. That is why you hide your ears behind your hair. What? You mean to hide that you're part elf from the Empire? Whoa, what is this all about? Did I forget something? Confess your true intentions at once, or I shall use magic to draw them out of you. Loren shot a confused look at Eleanor for guidance. You're charming, Draco, but you really do need to think of more convincing lies. As she says, Apollonicio, use your magic. We need to be safe. What? No, I'm innocent. Apollonicio raised his staff towards Draco menacingly. Just then a high-pitched screeching pierced everyone's ears, and they clasped their heads in pain. What is that awful noise? Shadow men, stay behind me. I'll protect you. Shadow creatures. Eleanor tried to catch a glimpse of what was tormenting them, but only flashes of darkness could be seen briefly. And then, suddenly, a hulking dark form presented itself right in front of her.
I don't like you.
Learn from this. Why are there imbeciles everywhere I go?
They huffed and caught their breaths. But before Draco could recover, a Polymecia whipped his staff towards him, entangling the fire mage in a web of light. The light coiled around him and bound him tight. You set those shadows upon us. Jumping caterpillars, how many times do I have to say you're wrong about me? Get these things off of me. They hurt my eyes. Sir, he did fight those creatures alongside us. Of course he would, so that we would trust him again. Just how long has the Empire hated elves so that they need to imprison them on sight? The old mage was silent, focusing on restraining Draco with his magic. But Elnor knew he was also silent because he didn't want to answer. It's the same for dwarves. But she's right. The elves do get trouble every day from you folk. Is this true? Is your suspicion of Draco merely because he is part elf? I didn't ask to be born with pointy ears. I wanted to be born a dragon, actually. I have him bound because shadowmen only come when called. Someone called these creatures to us. He must have done it. Shadowmen follow the call of their master's crystal. Does he own one? They're mighty rare. Search his things. Eleanor reluctantly walked over to Draco's private bag and unfurled it. Careful with that. Silence. Inside were his simple belongings. Spare clothes, a secret stash of rations, a mirror, and a tightly bound heavy object. Eleanor tensed when she reached for it. Pulling it out and unwrapping the heavy object revealed a bright, shining stone in the darkness. The entire party gaped at the glowing rock. Bless my beard. Draco? You really are. What? A Polymecia silenced him with a quick whack of his staff, and magic fell around Draco. His eyes fluttered as if he were drunk, or under a Polymecia's complete control. You have lied to this party and put us all in danger. You will reveal your secrets to us at once. I will reveal my secrets. Sir, no. You have in your hands the proof of his treachery. Your Highness, interrogate him. Eleanor frowned, but she knew it to be true. If he had this crystal, then he called those shadow men to attack them. She still could not believe he was capable of such things, however. Tell us your secret, Draco Firestarter. My secret. My secret is... The party leaned in closer, boiling with anticipation to know who had hired him. I do not think Loren is attractive. Loren drew her sword, but Eleanor restrained her. This unforgivable rat! No, the crystal. Show it to him. Who gave you this crystal? He brought the glowing crystal in front of Draco, and his cloudy eyes lazily found it. Shiny thing. Who gave you this? Who hired you? Druid Mirth. Out with it. No one hired me. A Polymecia was silent for a moment. That's impossible. Are you not an agent, but a direct enemy of one of us here? Enemy, I want to be your friend. Can I have the shiny rock? It's so shiny. I don't think he knew he had it. Has your magic failed, old mage, or does he speak the truth? Even the old wizard could not believe what he had heard. Do you mean this party any ill will? No, I like you guys, even though Loren's a meanie. Rat! A Polymecia waved his hand, and the clouds from Draco's eyes disappeared, as well as the light that was binding him. What just happened? My head hurts. They were silent for a while, all feeling guilty for what they had just done to him. We found this crystal in your belongings. Mine. Are you sure? I've never seen that before in my life. Someone wants to cause a war. His sudden vindictiveness drew everyone's attention. Slipping that stone into a party traveling into elven territories was a conscious decision on someone's part to start a war. A war over a stone. It is not the crystal that offends. If these shadow men had arrived while we were in an elven town, we would have all been killed as spies. I am the arch-wizard of the Council of Elders of Grimoire. They would take that personally and declare war. We are fortunate that this attack came when it did. We were just attacked, so I do not consider this fortunate in any way. Whatever tensions may be between humans and elves is not my concern. So I'm not even going to get an apology. I think my forehead's starting to swell. Being cautious is the only trait that keeps you alive. I'll apologize for the bump on your head, and nothing more. You brought this upon us, whether you knew it or not. You let your guard down yet again, and let someone sneak something into your bag. We've lost our chance to sleep thanks to you, and now must press on. Already, we've just set up camp. We would risk more shadow creatures if we were to stay. Loren grabbed the crystal and slammed it to the ground, shattering it to pieces. Move out. Yes, your highness. Loren had been a cold-hearted woman in the beginning. When I remember her now, it is hard not to think of her as a completely different person. That was some ordeal with a Polemicio and Draco. Yes, but I'm glad it's resolved. Eleanor had been thinking of the event over and over since it happened. I I wanted to thank you for sticking up for me. When the arch-wizard accused elves of being sneaky, you said you had trusted me. Oh, that. Yes. You've had plenty of opportunities to kill me and have your freedom, but you have not. Eleanor had never once considered escaping Loren. It means a lot to me that you trust me. I was worried that you would treat me just as a slave for the whole time, but I feel like you actually respect me. Loren took in a breath. I respect your strength in battle and mind in conversation. Eleanor smiled warmly. Yes, that's what I meant. The mood turned awkward as neither of them said anything. Eventually, Eleanor nodded and left. We should break camp soon. I can't believe those shadow men came after us. That's something I thought I would never see. You only hear stories about that stuff. You lot run into some crazy situations all the time, don't you? Us? No. Just remarkably dead and improbable situations. Definitely not crazy. I would prefer crazy. Don't get me wrong, I'm enjoying it. I've been rusting on my wagon for way too long. Now I'm finally back in the thick of things, getting my axe its exercise. I needed more than just to stretch my legs. I'm finally getting out and living. I feel young now. I feel young again. You can't be that old. He chuckled heartily. You would be surprised. Does your axe have a name? Why do folks keep asking me that? Blasted thing ain't got a name. It's a hunk of metal. My sword's named Chester. Chester Cuttington. I get why folks name 'em. Do you think I should? It's not even whole. The gem here fell out a long time ago. If I was going to get all mushy over a weapon, it should be the best blasted weapon there was. Then we'll save the naming process for when you find an axe that you can actually respect. Aye. Do all dwarves live in the mountains? Not all. Dora doesn't, from what I hear. I come from Hammerhands, that shiny, smoggy beast of a city. We built a mighty fortress smack dab on the side of a mountain, though. Our keep is the strongest you'll find in Erevorn, even stronger than the Citadel. You bet your bottom it is. Loren might have a word otherwise. She can fight me on it all she wants. Dwarven hands build the best castles, and there ain't no two ways about it. If we ever pass through there, you'll see what I mean. Do you live in the mines, like I heard dwarves do? Blast no. Mines are cold, weeks, and my wagon would lose its wheels faster than an imperial in a forest. I'd rather have my feet planted on top of the ground rather than under it, that's for sure. That's your big secret? Well, what secret? Do you even remember what you said while under a Polemisho's spell? No? Oh, well, you said some real gems, trust me. What did I say? What's my big secret? You said you didn't find Loren attractive. Draco slammed his palm onto his face. What exactly is wrong with that? Loren won't kill you if you don't think she's attractive. It's it's not really about her. Eleanor scooted closer to him, catching on. Why don't you just tell me who you do think is attractive? Draco mumbled something and looked away. I'm sorry. What was that? Remus? Eleanor burst out laughing. Picturing Draco with a short, hairy dwarf cracked her up. Yeah, that's why it's a secret. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She drank in the fire mage, seeing him with new eyes. I had no idea. Women are pretty. I just find men a bit prettier, handsomer. Now we can chat about boys together. Loren doesn't want to. They smiled and shared a moment of understanding. Not feeling too bad about that whole Draco fiasco, are you? It's okay if you are. In fact, you probably should be. The wizard straightened his pose but took another moment before speaking. I could have very well been right about him. Everything about him tied him directly to being a spy for the elves. I was not wrong to act on my inclinations. You saw what you wanted to see. Your feelings towards the elves may have blinded you. Eleanor swallowed and looked into his eyes, challenging him with her mere existence. A Polynesia was quiet for a long time. The matter is over, and there is nothing to be had from discussing it further. That's what they all say. Perhaps I've not impressed. Okay. How is Ramos doing? He's doing fine. There ain't a reason for him not to be. He's over his lost cart and he wants to help Loren out for sure. Excellent. By the way, I see you two hanging out a lot. Oh, I suspect it's because we're both dwarves and all that. I don't get to talk to a lot of 'em, honestly. Not many dwarves in Grimoire. Blast no. Ain't nobody like anyone who ain't a human in Grimoire. People like 'em when they're just passing through, but not else. I suspect they hate thieves too. I wouldn't know nothing about that. Everybody likes me anyway. Money? Dora laughed. Yep, money. Lots of it. Hi again. Hi there. Oh, it's a random encounter. Okie dokie.
Try this on for size.
Try me if you dare. Not good.
I hope this is slightly uncomfortable.
The party had climbed the mountain for days, but they had finally reached the top of Mount Kronos. It had been a long journey, but being so close to the crypt that held the ancient sword gave them the strength to press on. We're almost there. Once we find the entrance to the crypt, the sword is as good as ours. Laughter cracked through the air. The party looked around in surprise, sure that none of them had laughed. Did you hear that? Or am I just imagining things? No, I heard it too. Someone's already up here. But that climb was too difficult. The mountain top should be empty. The same laughter surrounded them again, but this time they all heard where it was coming from. I've climbed mountains that made Kronos look like an ant hill. A man wearing a monk's robe stood barefoot and cross-armed at the top of their path. Who are you? Name yourself. Loren drew her sword, but the monk didn't even blink. I am Sauser, Master of Truth. Master of Truth? You some sort of spirit sent to test our worth? Sauser laughed once more. No, I can see that very well already. It's not much, by the way. Loren grumbled and raised her sword, ready to attack. You're welcome to try, but I've trained some of the best warriors in the world. Why have you stopped us if you don't wish to battle? Stopped you? You're the ones who stopped me. I was in the middle of meditation before you came traipsing up here, breaking my concentration. Master of Truth, you are a monk of the disciples of truth, are you not? I am. What are you doing on top of a mountain? This is my sanctuary of solitude. Well, at least it was. My fellow monks and I are spending the season here to cleanse us from the evils of society. But then you just walk up and say hello. Oh, I forgot. Hello. The monk sighed. You're after the sword, aren't you? What do you know of the ember blade? What everyone knows. It was forged by the gods to give their strength to the most worthy. You're not going to fight us for it, are you? I've had enough fighting for today. Oh no, I don't need any weapons to fight, so you're welcome to it. I won't stop you, but the necromancers will. Necromancers. Yes, and their many pets. I think I may have forgotten something at the bottom of the mountain. I should go get it. You're staying right here, young man. Don't blow this for us. They're just skeletons and zombies. Don't worry, Dora. I'm not afraid of the undead. Just stick by me. Are those creatures really so powerful? Yes. Necromancers also have life-draining spells, along with their ability to control the undead. Fighting them in their own territory is unwise. We have no choice, however. Your freedom depends on us getting that sword, and my aid will then help to get your mother. Necromancers do not frighten me. We will have the sword by sundown. You didn't tell me this was a suicide mission. In that case, never mind. By all means, continue. You're not very nice, Master of Truth. I'm warning you. If you go into that crypt right now, you'll die. I suggest you at least get warmed up by fighting the monsters on the mountain top first. That seems like a smart move, Your Majesty. Loren stared into the distance, contemplating her decision. It was clear on her face that she wanted to waste no time and charged right into the crypt. A Polynesia joined Eleanor and whispered to her, even with our numbers, it would do us well not to rush into the crypt carelessly. Speak sense into her. Eleanor nodded and approached Loren. Your Grace, every minute we waste is another minute that your mother is in danger. Exactly. Eleanor suddenly reached out and took her hand. Loren looked up at the feel of their skin touching. That is why we should definitely succeed within the crypt. We should take Salazar's advice and prepare before entering. They stood in silence, hand in hand. You are no use to your mother, dead. Fine. We shall practice here until we are all ready to proceed. Loren gently pulled her hand from Eleanor and turned away. Eleanor sighed in relief at Loren changing her mind and overcoming her stubbornness. Finally, you've made the right decision. My brothers and I currently guard the entrance to the crypt, so we weren't going to let you inside until you were ready anyway. What? When you think you're ready to go in, you may spar with us. If you can defeat us, then maybe you can handle a few necromancers. Until then, don't even bother. There are some goblins who have made their home in the valley, whose disappearance we wouldn't mind, if you need a place to start. Thank you for all of your help. Now I need to get back to my meditation. Salzer walked off in the snow and sat by the edge of a cliff in silence. Isn't he cold? Let's get this over with. I mean, neither of you are wearing more than him, really, from your pictures, but they followed the party followed Salzer's directions and reached the Valley of the Goblins. There, a group of goblins. Let's teach them a lesson.
You're dead. Show you.
I hope this is slightly uncomfortable.
Some things never change.
Another group is coming. Watch out, a goblin wolf rider.
Aw, you care. You really do.
I showed you.
Good riddance, I say.
We won. You did a good job, I must admit. Follow me back to the Temple of Truth. Ready to challenge me and my brothers? We are all trained in martial arts, so you won't get by so easily. We are ready, Master of Truth. We need to pass into this crypt. Okay, you can't say that I didn't warn you. Disciples, assemble. Pick 3 of your best warriors and fight against us. What? You didn't say this before. It's my temple, and I make the rules. We have no time to waste. Do as he says. Okay, so we can only choose 3 people, huh? Well, in that case, I'm going to choose our super strong fireball guy and our 2 beautiful Amazonians.
I hope this is slightly uncomfortable. Great, let's eat.
That fireball ability is really pretty friggin' strong. I mean, it really, really is. It costs a lot of SP, but it's definitely worth it. Okay, and then we'll do 1, 1, 2. Enough. That's enough. I can tell that you have grown stronger in these days since we met. You are still not as strong as I am, but you'll be strong enough to fight the undead. And we got a couple of level ups off of that, so... Okay, let's see. I might start doing AoE, just more AoE, so it's more even, I guess, if that makes sense. And then 2 skill and 1 strength. That's what we said we were doing for her, right? Because that's health, yeah. Okay. You may enter the crypt if you still want, and I wish you luck in retrieving the sword. Thank you very much. We may proceed, Your Grace. A Polynesia walks ahead of them and surveys the entrance. He says the magic words, and the door slowly opened by itself. This will be a dark and deadly place. Be on your guard and ever vigilant. Loren nodded and bravely stepped into the darkness. I think I heard. What are those? A necromancer with his skeletons. Be ready to fight.
Stream elements. Said, stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
The necromancer sent forward a small group of skeletons, but they were preparing for a strong attack.
Try this on for size.
Showed you.
Where's the necromancer? You'll join my undead army soon.
Now let's see if they had anything good.
Wasn't expecting that, were you?
Great, let's eat.
The party finally stumbled upon an atrium in the center of the crypt. A sword was lying on a slab of stone in the middle with a stream of light pouring down on it from the ceiling. The sword! That must be it. Hush! Do not yell so loudly in this place. Loren approached the ancient relic cautiously, one hand reaching for the sword, the other still gripping her own very tightly. There appeared to be no traps, so she swiftly picked it up. The ember blade hummed in her hands as she pointed it towards the sky. Suddenly the sword began to glow. What is this? Why does it glow? She looked over at Michaud, who was positively surprised. My princess, That sword has only glowed for the most powerful warriors whom the world has ever known, the ones who have shaped the world forever. Salsar said that the sword only gives its true strength to the most worthy. Does that mean that the gods have? Yes, the sword has recognized Loren. Loren stared in disbelief of the glowing sword in her hand. Could she possibly be the most powerful warrior in the world? Would she change the world forever? It is old and broken. It has mistaken me for another. But Eleanor knew it in her heart that the sword had not chosen Loren by mistake, and wondered what the future had in store for her mistress, and if she was a part of that story. Loren had discounted the history of the ancient sword as a rumor rather than a prophecy. If she had only believed that she was destined for something greater, perhaps things would have been different. Hmm. Back outside of the crypt, Loren could not contain herself. I have held up our end of the bargain. When we are back in Grimoire, you will do everything in your power to find my mother. Yes, about that. Loren stopped in her tracks and scowled, unsure if she was about to use a sword that she had just acquired. The whereabouts of your mother are already known to me, but I needed you to agree to my terms. You, you've known this whole time. Think of it this way. You don't have to wait a moment for me to search for her. You now already know that I do not need to search. You lied to me. If I had told you the truth, you would never have agreed to help. Instead, you would have run off to find your mother. I do not like being lied to. Tell me where my mother is. Now, Karen, your mother was seen in a town outside of Grimoire with a man. A man? Who? I do not know who, but I do know that they were both headed north towards the swamps. Loren's stomach clenched upon hearing this. The great swamps was a very dangerous region that no one dared to venture into because of how untamed it was. But Loren had no choice. Then I am headed towards the swamps. My Grace, are you sure? I know of the dangers. You promised to put your life on the line for my cause, didn't you? Eleanor stiffened from being challenged. I would gladly give you my life, no matter the cause. Loren's eyes faltered. Well, good. We need to return to Grimoire first. The Empire needs to know of our friend Firestarter's crystal. Hey, it wasn't mine. Don't tell them it was mine. You are not in danger of being imprisoned again. You have all more than earned your freedom, even your citizenship, if the sword returns safely to the Empire's hands. Although the old magician's eyes lingered on the ember blade in Loren's sheath. Never mind. You should regather yourselves in a civilized town for supplies and rest. The lizard men of the swamps are no laughing matter. I shall lead the way. My mother is in danger, and we cannot waste any more time. After defeating the evil in the crypt and earning the respect of the Empire, there is only one thing left on Loren's mind, and that was saving her mother from whatever man had her captive in the swamps. The sword would sing to her while she slept, planting the seed of doubt that would not glow for just anyone. She refused to accept the role the sword had given her, so the world would have to force it upon her in time. Even if they had avoided the wrath of the elves on this single journey, the first great war between the elves and the humans could not be stopped. They traveled uneventfully back to Grimoire to rest. The party was refreshed and supplied after a good night's rest in Grimoire. They rose with the sun to leave as soon as possible in their search for Loren's mother. Just before they left the city, they were stopped by city guards. Fearing the worst, they were pleasantly relieved when Napoleon Michaud revealed himself. Leaving without me, princess? Loren and Eleanor inspected the old wizard as he approached, surrounded by guards once more. Only this time he was being followed by someone new, a large man with a stern face. We parted ways after I gave you the sword, and here it is again, meaning that our paths must cross once more. He pointed to some guards carrying a long decorative case. They only opened it up to reveal the ember blade resting on a cushion of velvet. It truly looked like a weapon meant for the gods. What is the meaning of this? Why have you stopped me? I have learned something very important about the shadow creatures that attacked us those nights ago. Does this really concern me? You are keeping me from my task. This most certainly concerns you. The whole world is on the precipice of war, and even the Amazons cannot hide from it. Loren sighed and tapped her foot. Make this short. Consulting with the council, we have found that the crystal used to send the Shadow Men could only have been found in the volcanic land of the Everburn Mountains. Everburn Mountains. That's demon territory. Yes, the home of the demons. I fought them before a long time ago, and they are led by the entity known as Faust. He is a bloodthirsty force, and if he is behind this attempt to wage war, then he will stop at nothing to have it. A war between elves and humans. What do I care? I fear, princess, that your mother may be part of Faust's grand scheme. Napoleon Michaud had Loren's full attention at this point. When I asked you to help the Empire retrieve this sword, it was so that we could bring it back as a weapon for the Empire to use. For protection only, of course. As you know, the Ember Blade is one of the few swords forged by the gods to endow the world with their might. While a finely crafted piece of steel is nothing more than that in the wrong hands. Loren immediately recalled how the sword had glowed at her touch back on the mountain. It'll not give its full strength to just any mortal. The mortal must be the strongest and most worthy warrior whom Airborne has to offer. What of this old tale? It is no tale. It is reality, and we all witnessed how the sword reacted to Princess Loren. The gods have recognized her as worthy of their power. Of course they did. Loren has no peer. Eleanor, forgive me. The council and I hope to give this sword to Grimoire's greatest warrior. He turned and allowed the tall man to step forward. Amukiki the bear, the champion of the arena. He has won tournament after tournament, and is the best warrior whom the Empire has ever seen. And yet, he gestured for Amukiki to take the sword. Stiffly he approached the ember blade and took it by the hilt to wield it for the party. It did not glow. There is no reaction in the sword to him. As much as it troubles us, the sword can only be of use if the sword will recognize its owner. In short, princess, the ember blade is yours. Wow, you're really giving her that ancient relic? Present it to her, Amukiki. The warrior was rigid in hesitation, and then he finally held the sword's blade so that Loren could take it by the handle. Slowly, Loren did just that. Wrapping her fingers around the hilt caused an immediate glow in the sword, confirming that it had truly chosen her. Take care of it. It stands for more than you know. I shall. Loren was humbled by the gift. She had not expected to be entitled to such an honor. She had only wanted to save her mother. And what of this man? Eleanor could detect jealousy in Amukiki as he watched Loren handle the weapon that had once been meant for him. His eyes met with Eleanor's eyes. For years, I have trained to become Grimoire's elite weapon. I was to use the strength of this blade to protect the Empire and the whole of Aragorn. Suddenly he knelt in front of Loren, who stared at him wide-eyed in surprise. And now I can only serve to protect the true wielder of the Ember Blade. I hereby pledge myself to protect Princess Loren of the Amazons at the cost of my life if necessary. Pity for the man to turn to jealousy. Eleanor was Loren's sworn protector, not this man. That is not necessary. I am here to protect her. You may return to your life as it was before this moment. Right. We already have enough bodyguards. Thank you, and goodbye. My life before was that sword. I have already made my oath. Amukiki. Warrior Gladiator. Gladiators fight endless battles in the human imperial arenas, and their battle setup often includes a weapon and a shield. They believe that a solid defense is the main foundation for an invincible warrior, and so they have several skills to protect themselves and their allies. However, they are also able to assault enemies or scare them with fearsome battle tactics. Shield defense increases character's defense value, decreases speed. Battle Cry, Gladiator Battle Cry, chance of causing fear the whole enemy first row. Shield Blast, character hits enemy dealing normal damage, chance to paralyze. Shield Wall, Gladiator forms a human wall, reducing damage to everyone in the first row. Assault, character uses both the weapon and the shield to hit the enemy, increasing damage and stagger chance. Interesting. He stared hard into Eleanor's eyes as if to warn her not to challenge his devotion again. I will follow the sword as well. It is the Empire's only hope, and so the Amazon Princess is our only hope. I have not committed to helping the Empire. I will not fight elves. That is unnecessary. The sword will show you your path. I trust that it will be the right one. So, now these two guys are following us too. The crazy old guy who nearly killed me and a guy who looks like he could kill me just by blinking too hard. I agree. Our group is full enough as it is. Eleanor stood between Amukiki and the party. He glared at her in return, not appreciating how unwelcome he was to the group he had just sworn allegiance to. So long as you help and don't slow me down, I don't care anymore. I just need to leave and find my mummy. We shall not burden you, just as before. My grace, you can't be. Eleanor. Yes, forgive me. One last time before joining Loren's side, Eleanor gave a sidelong glare to Amukiki. Loren was not his to protect, and they didn't even know if he could be trusted. In retrospect, the initial tensions between Eleanor and Amukiki were merely because they were both people desperately searching for recognition in this cruel world. Both were raised as nobodies, and both were given a chance to make something of themselves. For some reason, they believed that only one of them could truly obtain such a priceless recognition. You now have more than 6 party members. Only active members who fight will gain experience from fights and quests. However, you can still level up everyone by alternating the formation and returning to all old places such as the Temple of Truth. It's up to you to decide. You can keep the same party members throughout the whole game or change them, depending on which character is best suited for each battle. Eleanor? Yes, mistress. This blade is dull, and I need you to sharpen it. She held out the ember blade, and her jaw dropped. It is too distracting for me to do it myself. She was referencing how the sword glowed at her touch. Yes, of course. I will tend to it for you. It would be the greatest honor to service this weapon. It's just a sword like any other. Eleanor frowned. You still do not believe in the history of this sword or the other holy relics? It glows. Many things glow in this world. A night fly glows, but it is not a divine intervention. I'm not sure. Those glowy bugs are very suspicious, if you ask me. Global domination, probably. Loren crossed her arms. Look, they say this glows for special people, and I fully believe you're special. Why don't you? I am the heir to the Amazon throne. I have many qualifications that make me worthy, but even if the gods themselves wish to bind the sword to me, I do not care. I'm not a tool to be used. Instead, this sword is my tool. We will leave it at that. My axe is getting restless. I think I'm going to start doing separate screen here. Or can I not? I guess I can. Okay. Trying to make sure I'm clicking on the right picture, man. It's going to be a little difficult if we keep getting all these characters. Eleanor walked up to the hulking gladiator standing guard by himself on the outskirts of camp. Emukiki moved his hand towards the hilt of his sword as she approached. It is my turn to guard the camp. I am not familiar with the Empire's customs. You have made an oath involving my mistress, and I want to know what that means. The warrior was quiet for a moment. The oath I made is not an Empire custom. It is a part of my heritage, which makes it much stronger. What is your heritage if not the Empire? I am from the nomads of the South. I have lived within the Empire, and that is all. You defend the Empire as if it were important to you. I have sworn an oath to my nation as well. And if your oath to your nation conflicts with your oath to Loren, he did not speak for a moment, but was completely still. I will not harm the wielder of the blade. Now, does that mean just whoever's holding the sword, or whoever the sword glows for? There's a ton of loopholes in that sentence right there. I didn't mean to confuse you. Why put flourish on it? Just say I won't hurt Loren, and you'll get your point across. I won't hurt her. That wasn't so hard, was it? Emukiki grumbled. As for your oath itself, it is completely unnecessary. I am the sworn protector of Loren. You are simply redundant. If you have a ritual that retracts an oath, you should perform it now. I will not. Why not? Why must you be sworn by oath to protect someone? Are you afraid that if you were not forbidden to kill her, that you would? Emukiki's look turned razor sharp as she stared Eleanor straight in the eyes. You are jealous of her. I saw how you looked when the sword glowed for her, and not you. How are we to know that you will not just kill Loren in hopes the sword will recognize you instead? That will not happen, and you do not know me to say that it might. Exactly. We don't know you, so you are even more dangerous to have around. I'm sorry to say that my oath makes my presence very permanent. Eleanor ground her teeth while staring down the warrior. I should remind you that Amazons detest men. If Loren tolerates you, it is only barely so. Loren may not wish to mate with me, but she knows I have a use, just like you. Even the Amazons cannot reject men entirely in their society. As slaves, you mean. They keep men for labor because they know they are stronger. And because they're nice to look at. Amukiki said nothing, but his eyebrows raised. Eleanor immediately felt embarrassed and looked away. Amukiki had not looked disgusted, just surprised, but she considered her sexuality too intimate for casual discussion. That old man said that you won many tournaments. What does he mean by that? It means exactly what it sounds like. I fought in many combative tournaments for honor and glory. I've battled men, elves, wizards, and won. I train every waking moment and take every challenge presented to me. That is how I have become the man I am today. There is no tournament of arms that I have not won, so I was named Grimoire's greatest warrior, which explains why you had high hopes for the Ember Blade. Yes, I know I am stronger than your Amazon mistress, but I still cannot gain the sword's favor. Careful what you say. You may have more physical strength than Loren, but you will never be stronger willed. Perhaps you misunderstood what it truly means to be great. Their eyes were on fire as they glared at each other. You said that your purpose in life was the Ember Blade. Why did you live your life for a weapon? The Ember Blade is not just a weapon. It's a holy relic that turns the wielder into a divine hand of justice. To become the voice of the gods is more than enough to devote one's life to. So all these tournaments you fought and won, you didn't do them for fun, but to become worthy of the sword. Yes, not in the beginning, but after my first tournament, the arch-wizard told me that I had potential of becoming a beacon for mankind. I was honored. Your mistress does not know the gift of being chosen. Eleanor detected the bitterness in his voice. On one hand, it was understandable to be upset that your lifetime goal was usurped by someone who was unfazed by it. But on the other hand, he had no right to think ill of Loren. It doesn't matter in the end, because the gods have chosen her, and not you. It may have absolutely nothing to do with the strength or how many tournaments you've won. The gods need someone who will do the right thing. I believe the princess is such a person. We'll see. You said you are from a group of people called the Nomads of the South. Yes. Who are they? What are they like? Aren't they like the Empire? No. The people of the Empire live in houses and buy their food from vendors. The Nomads live under the stars and hunt for their food. You're barbarians. Our culture is different, not lesser. That term is not welcome to us. Well, aren't you a big old pot calling a kettle black? What does that mean? I am not cookware. You're being a hypocrite. I've heard you judge the elves just for being different pretty liberally since we've met. And Mukiki was silent for a long time, refusing to comment. You know I am right. Are you interested in the nomads or insulting me? I'm sorry. Please tell me about your culture. And then he proceeds to not. Okay. Okay. And that's all the dialogue there. It's an actual blade. The Holy Ember Blade. My, my. Okay, anyway, do we want to equip it? That's the question. It is damage type normal, which we're trying to stick to, and is damn nice. Ooh, I wonder if anybody else can even equip it. No, literally nobody else can equip it. I mean, that just makes sense lore-wise, of course. But that is damn nice. That's 11 more damage. And it's even got some health regen? Not that that's shit compared to 252 points, but okay. Crit hit, SP regen speed. So we'll replace the hand axe. Have the hand axe go here, because that's how we'll do the shops. Do I actually want to do that? Actually looking at it. Damage versus attack. Which one should we prioritize? That's the question. And that is the question. Hmm. Attack is the amount of damage the character will do. But it doesn't actually show the damage stat there, does it? Because we lose 1% crit hit, 2 defense, and 3 speed for that. If damage more or less translates to the same as attack, damage the character will do. Then damage and attack are pretty much the same stat, right? I mean, it might be one better, but we lose crit hit, defense, and speed, you know? Now this might be worth it because it's one better. We gain a crit hit, we do lose some speed, but tempered longsword. Yeah, see, that's even exchange, but we lose all that. I don't know if we'll have Amukiki in our party or not. I'll keep him equipped more or less if things trickle down, but I won't worry too much about... Let's see, can I use that shield? That looks like a nice shield. 9 defense, we do lose 3 speed, but we gain 4 threshold, so yeah. I'm going to steal your shield, my dude. But I'm not going to worry about him as much. And you're the bow. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. I keep pressing the wrong things. Okay, I think we're good. Okay. Yeah, okay. So the only ones that really use the sword are these guys. So can you use this sword? It is definitely better. In case I ever use you, you can go ahead and have that sword. Don't know if I ever will, but we will see. Okay. Go ahead and sell this. So we can go back to the Truth Temple, I guess, and challenge Salzer. We want to train against you and your monks. Okay. Current limit is 3, so it's just like a way to challenge Salzer again, to train, I guess. Okay, Unforgiving Swamps, I guess. Water, mud, slime, fog. The swamp has it all. Draco sloshed around in the swamp with surprising ease. Elnor raised an eyebrow. What? I see why you have so many friends. You smell fantastic. But I don't have... I see what you did there. Yeah, that's funny. Careful. I sense lizardmen nearby. Lizardmen? They are notoriously dangerous creatures. Their bodies have heightened self-regenerative powers. Aim for their vital spots. Here they are. Get ready to fight.
I don't like you.
Some things never change.
Should we fall back to camp and get better equipment? Agreed, but we must not delay much longer. I mean, we didn't really need to fall back, honestly. I wonder what the point of these is. Like, maybe this just focuses on our current quest or something? Like, what is the purpose of these 3 different maps? I mean, I don't know what the point of just going in there and fighting a single group of lizardmen was, but it wasn't that big of a fight. Maybe give us a little money to buy maybe some more bracers or something. I guess. We got 54 gold. Can we even buy anything for 54 gold? And the shop does change, but it looks like it has some stuff that kind of repeats. Some stuff that's steady and, you know, I highly doubt we'll ever get the daggers. Daggers just don't seem as good as swords, and nobody really uses daggers. Can't imagine the standard broadsword is very good. Compared to, yeah. Okay, so see here, it's sort of the opposite. It's like we have 2 attack. Is that worth the 3 less damage? Because we get extra crit hit and speed. Decisions, right? Interesting that the standard broadsword has the same damage. What is it even comparing it to? Because I know it doesn't have the same damage as... Oh yeah, Gladius. Yeah, it does have the same damage as Silly Me. Gladius is one we have right there. I can be so slow sometimes. Yeah, no, it's not worth it there at all. Maybe that one, but I don't know if it's worth spending money for that. Double check, because there are no staves, there are no bows. Two-handed. That's dark, though. I don't want an element. I don't want an element. Okay, so armor. Again, we only have 54, but I think I remember seeing some stuff. Basic stuff that was kind of... Yeah, like the padded cap and the leather bracers, maybe. Yeah, not for Loren, I don't think. Although she does currently have leather bracers on, so see, yeah. Because our defense isn't quite up. Yeah. Okay, see, yeah. We can get best for him. We lose a bit of magic. Honestly, only 1 health regen is not that much health regen. We get 2 defense and 1 speed. Considering how much his spells cost, 1 SP regen is not that good either. So yeah, we'll buy him a vest. We do lose that slowed resist. But, I mean, that kind of assumes that enemies can use slowed in the first place, and I think defense would just be better focused on. Not to mention a Polymisho can probably use the Vest of Mirrors. Or maybe not. Whatever. So we'll just sell the Vest of Mirrors. I don't think you want to do, no? I don't think you want it either, do you? I doubt it. Because that chainmail, yeah. Didn't think so, just double checking. So that actually sells for a lot. It makes me question if I'm doing things right, but YOLO. Okay, double check up here. Those are still way, way too expensive. Those are some expensive weapons. And that's dark anyway, so we don't want that. Precious sword. No. No. Standard hand axe? No. Okay, so no. No. Nope, nothing there. Okay, what about armor? 226 now, so we've got a lot more money. Leather armor Kojak. No. Okay, you can equip that. Plate shoulders. Plate helm. 2 defense, 1 speed. No. Chain gloves. 3 defense for 2 speed. Yep, there we go. Let's get her some chain gloves. That sounds like a plan. And that replaces the leather bracers, right? Okay. Let's try to trickle that down a little. You currently have leather bracers on, as do you. As do you. Okay. So we'll sell those. Okay, now we have 129 gold. Chain helm, nope. Chain pauldrons. Looks like Loren might be all good. Looks like Loren might be all set up. Okay. And then maybe a chain helm for her. That could be good. Chain helm for Eleanor. It's just better overall. You already have a reinforced cap. You actually have a very nice helmet there. Maybe I should unequip everybody and I never, yeah, okay. Looks like some of these guys might have actually better equipment. That doesn't need to be. You actually need to trickle up somewhere, it looks like maybe. Okay, you already have the plate helm. Just double checking. Yeah, cause see, we should give her the plate helm. Yeah. You guys with your weird cloth armor only obsession. Reinforced cap, leather shawl, chainmail, leather blazers, chain leggings, leather boots, okay. And then you... Yeah, because now you've got the plate helm, so you can actually take the chain helm. Yeah. Okay, and then the leather shawl, and the chain mail, and the leather bracers, and the chain leggings, and the leather boots. Oh, and the belt. We do have a fine chain girdle. Okay. Which Eleanor didn't even have anything on for that, so yeah, that definitely was something we needed to change. Okay. Um, yeah. Yeah. Okay. And then we can go ahead and give him so he's not naked in case he has a unique quest we have to have him for. Shawl, chainmail, bracers, pants, and boots. Okay. There we go. And now we have 0 gold. Okay. Back to the Unforgiving Swamps, I guess. Their journey through the Unforgiving Swamps had been a perilous one. The monsters that lurked in its outskirts made them fear what it would hold in its depths. And Mukiki proved his oath true and protected Loren valiantly and with ease. A Misho did not seem surprised by his abilities, but the rest of the party was in awe of him. Even Loren started to take notice of his strength. It was only Eleanor who pouted whenever he received praise. It should not have been so easy for a man to get on Loren's good side. Eleanor noticed how selfishly she was thinking, but could not stop herself. After wading through waist-deep swamp water, neck-deep for Dora and Ramus, they spied what looked like a hut. The wood was rotted, but it was somehow still standing. Is that a house? Who lives in a swamp? Blast, it's about time we saw some dry land. I need to get out of this sludge. They clambered onto the island and recollected themselves. Ramus emptied the swamp water from his boots. A native to the swamps, it could belong to the lizardmen. Tread carefully. I dunno. This house looks too awful even for them. They approached the front door cautiously. Hello? Is anyone in there? There was only silence. So Loren opened the door and the party filed in. As if through magic, the deteriorating exterior held a lavish interior. The party was stunned by how they had been almost tricked into passing it by. Though the hut was empty, it looked like someone had been there recently. Oh, hello. Out from the shadows sprung a giant scorpion with its tail flailing.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
The scorpion screamed and scuttled back into the darkness. Loren held her hand up to warn the party not to pursue it. The creature's whimpering morphed into sounds a human would make. Hold, I think we might have a shapeshifter on our hands. A woman stepped out from the darkness, glowering at the party. It was clear from her condition that she was a scorpion whom they had just fought. Hello, hello, mommy. And you can shapeshift into a scorpion. Very cool. Loren brandished a sword to warn her not to try anything again. A shapeshifter and into a scorpion. Dora, shut your mouth. They are not ugly. Maybe a little mean, but they are not ugly. They're just misunderstood. Then why did you attack us? Because I would rather die than fall into the hands of the Empire. I will not rot away in jail for simply being what I am. It is the laws of the land. If you use dark magic, you must be locked away. Stand down, mage. You are under my leadership, not your empire's banner. I have no allegiance to anyone who seeks to hurt you. I am Princess Loren of the Amazons, and I am looking for my mummy. I know she was brought into this forest by a man, but I do not know where. And we thought who better to help than some random crazy lady. The dark witch twisted her mouth as she examined the party members one by one. She walked up in front of Loren and stared her dead in the eyes. Loren felt a deep shiver, but held her ground and did not waver. What are you doing? An aura that had started to appear faded quickly away. You are not lying. Of course I am not. Did you just use magic on me? I had to make sure that you weren't lying filth. Turns out you're not. So, no harm done. Don't ever use magic on me again, or you'll find your head separated from your body. The dark witch blinked. Don't worry, that's usually how she befriends people. Wait, you can read people's minds. The perks of using so-called dark magic is the magic of death. Death is just another stage of being. So many people flee from it as if it were a bad thing. Being dead can be quite fun, actually. She waved her hand and the skeleton of a jackalope on her table started to move. It hopped off the furniture and ran around on the floor. Dora and Draco screeched when it hopped around their feet. The dead should rest, not dance a merry jig whenever you want. The skeleton suddenly stopped with a quick hand gesture from the shapeshifter. I have no opinions on your magic. I need only to save my mother. Can you help me find her? I would reward you handsomely. Keep your outside baubles. I don't need anything other than what I already have. I'll help you find your mother, but only because I want my peace and quiet back. Too many people are walking around the swamps like they've been renamed the forgiving swamps of roses. You'll help. Really? Yes, really. Unlike filth, I don't lie for recreation. What is your name, Dark Witch? We have not had a proper introduction. My name is Chambara, though I do consider a good fight a standard greeting nowadays. I won't apologize for attacking you since I am usually the one being ambushed. She threw a look over at Polymisho, who almost looked like he was turning blue with disapproval. Very well, Chambara. You can help us navigate the train and look for tracks. I don't need to go anywhere, but you said that you would help. I can, and I will. Let me complete my thought, if you don't mind. Outsiders. How will you help us then? Well, I mean, she just demonstrated that she can bring stuff back to life. She could easily just have like a horde of rats somewhere or something, you know? I have a potion that can tell me where anyone isn't, or a potion. There you go. Great. Perform your ritual and make your potion. Whatever you need to do, do it. Not so fast. I need the proper ingredients first. I don't just stock up on useless potions hoping for strangers to stumble through my door looking for their lost mothers. Of course, this wouldn't be easy. Fine. What do you need? I need the tooth of a lizard man. It's the most potent for what I require. We have plenty of those just lodged in our armor already. Not just any lizard man's tooth. Let me finish. It must be from a large, dominant lizard, the cream of the crop. He's fed the most and is the strongest, and so on and so forth. In short, only a lizard man king will do, and they never leave the tribal grounds at the temple of Chizulu nearby. This had better not be a trap, witch. You had better not be sending us to our deaths. If you were able to get this far, I assume that you can handle some extra lizard men. Though if you do die, my day is free again, so I don't care either way. And Mukiki stepped in front of the Polynesio to keep him from biting the shapeshifter out of anger. We'll return soon. Get out already. They left the decrepit hut and headed towards the ancient temple. Your Grace, the temple road is guarded by many lizardmen patrols. So, what do you suggest? I recommend after each attack we retreat to make camp. Making camp will fully restore our health. But we cannot delay any more. My mother is in danger. I know, and it's up to you. Only remember that if we attack all the enemy patrols in sequence without resting, we might not make it.
Shows you.
Keep up next time.
That actually worked.
Either I'm really good or they really weren't.
Good riddance, I say. Prince, I say.
I showed you.
That's me. How to explain why you let me fall? Good riddance, I say.
Oh, did we just fight a battle? I didn't notice.
The party had cleared the Chizulu temple halls of all lizardmen, but they had yet to find the lizardmen's leader. The more they fought, however, the more vicious the creatures became, telling them that they were close. And then, suspiciously, the attacks stopped. They were guided through the empty halls by lit torches and sounds. They walked down a musty corridor and into a great hall. There were torches lit across the wide room, and large, decorated lizardmen working around occult symbols on the floor. There, the king must be with them. Loren pulled out her swords and charged the monsters, already impatient to collect the teeth required for Chambara's potion. The lizardman screeched as she plunged her weapon into the nearest one. She pulled her sword back out with a grunt and scanned the chamber for her next target. What she saw instead made her lose her mind. Karen, her mother, was tied to the wall, limp and unmoving. Mother? She did not move. Loren screamed in pure bloodlust. Meanwhile, a giant lizardman warrior approached them. He was the Lizard King. Well, we found her at least. She's not looking very good, but we found her.
I don't like you.
Either I'm really good or they really weren't.
Aw, you care. You really do.
you think I
Not back in action. Yeet.
Kind of interesting that the Lizard King had cloth armor, but okay. The last lizard man fell, bloody and broken from how Loren had mauled him. She dropped her swords and rushed to her mother, who was still lifeless and bound to the wall. We freed Karen. Mother, please. Mother? She lifted Karen's head and rocked her to make sure that she was still alive. Her body was warm to her relief. Eleanor handed her a knife to cut the ropes. Please. Just before she shed a tear, Loren saw her mother's eyes blink open. They struggled to focus and then finally looked to see who was holding her. Loren? The princess cried in happiness and hugged her mother close. She managed to free Karen completely from her bonds, revealing dark marks on her wrists from how long she had been held. What? Why are you here? I've come for you. The Amazons wanted to brand you as dead, but I knew you would be alive. Dead. Karen immediately searched the room and then her face turned to anguish. She stood up shakily and fought her body's weakness to scramble over to a corpse nearby. Rhizome. No. She turned the person over to reveal an armored man, dead. Karen did not mute her horrid cries upon seeing him, pressing her head into his cold body. The entire party stood in silence, witnessing the agony of a woman who had just barely escaped with her own life. Loren was perplexed at seeing such a reaction from her mother. Rhizome had been her mother's personal servant, and that was all. Loren suddenly made the connection that the man who had been reported as traveling with her mother had been only her slave. Her thoughts went wild. No one had captured her. Why had she been traveling with him? He was a man. Mother, don't look at me. She snapped at her daughter too quickly, still hunched over Rhizome's body. Loren took a step back in fear. Don't judge me. Loren gasped. Karen had loved Rhizome. It was so clear to Loren now, from the way her mother was clutching him so dearly. She had been in love with him. All those smiles they had secretly shared back at the Citadel. Every time her mother had chastised her for criticizing him and other men. He didn't abduct you. You were running away with him. Her mother could never be allowed to love a man, especially not as the queen of the Amazons. She would be cast out, and so would Loren, simply because she was related to a treacherous weakling. Men were only for procreation, never for love. She had been taught this for as long as she could remember. All this time, Loren had believed that her mother had disappeared against her will, and now it was clear that she had wanted to abandon her all along. I am dead. I should be dead. Eleanor could not stand Loren's sudden standoffish behavior towards her mother, especially for something so meaningless as what Ginger, her lover, was. So Eleanor hurried to Queen Karen's side and placed comforting hands on her shoulders. With a gentle pull, she led her away from Rhizom's corpse, though it was clear she wanted to stay with him. The Amazon Queen had always been a strong, stoic leader with a reign and exterior as hard as stone, but now she was just a woman breaking down in her arms. It was enough for Eleanor to question reality itself. We arrived just in time. These lizard men were going to perform dark magic. They've already claimed one victim. It is curious that they did not kill the Amazon Queen yet. Indeed, perhaps they had another purpose for her. We can't leave him here. No, we will give him what he deserves. Follow me. Outside, a bright pyre burned, sending Rhizome home. Karen stared into the flames, utterly silent. On the opposite side, Loren was just as silent, but staring at her mother instead. She was still having difficulty piecing together everything that she had just seen. She loved her mother deeply, but now she wondered who she even was. Despite her mother having broken Amazon tradition and requiring exile from the Citadel, Loren could not excommunicate her own blood, not just because it would mean her own exile as well, but because her mother was not a bad person. She was a strong queen and a good mother, even if her heart beat for someone whom it should not have. Eleanor quietly walked up and stood by Loren. She looked over at her servant. The very sight of Eleanor seemed to comfort her, which was a new emotion towards a servant for her. Are you well, Majesty? Loren opened her mouth, but no words came immediately. I'm well, thank you. Eleanor smiled, and Loren's stability racked once more. Slaves were supposed to be beneath her, but she was strangely humbled by this one. Loren walked away and urged the party to leave the swamps as soon as possible. Eleanor stood alone, left wondering why her mistress responded in such a way. Of course, it was to be expected as her servant, but she couldn't shake the look in her eyes just now. After pulling Karen from the pyre, the party decided to move on and leave the swamps. Loren took her first steps back towards the Citadel, towards home. A thief and a scout. Interesting. Scouts are very versatile thieves in the thief specialization class, closest to the warrior, since they prefer close-range combat, usually wielding a spear. They have a good range of skills, capable of either killing quickly a single target or dealing damage to multiple targets at once. Leg break. Targets need to be staggered, hits single target for a little bit more than normal damage and causes slowed condition. Focus target. Mark an enemy as focus target for 3 turns. All subsequent attacks will do more damage. Double damage. Strike through. Hits target and any target in the corresponding back row for half damage, with a 30% chance of causing scared. Death blow. Target needs to be having one of those multiple conditions. Burned, frozen, tired, shattered, or poisoned. Target dealing 40 of target's health. Hits 3 nearby targets for a little bit more than normal damage, with a 30 chance of causing weakened. It would be here where the story of Loren, the Amazon princess, should have ended. She had never left the citadel until the day her mother went missing, and she was now returning home with her. Her goal was complete, but her journey was far from over. That sword had not stopped glowing and did not stop whispering to her while she slept. No, this was just the beginning for Loren and her loyal servant, who does not have a name. She is but a loyal servant. Let's double check that nothing Karen has is necessary, although I am tempted to go ahead and put her on the front and replace the dwarf. Although then again, the dwarf is a warrior berserker, and I do love a warrior berserker. Decisions sometimes. Okay, let's see. We have what? Helmet, shoulder, body, gloves, boots. Okay. Probably nothing that will be replaced, but I'm just double checking. Not even any leggings. Interesting. Yeah, helmet, shoulders. Yeah, no pants. She's not wearing pants, guys. The Amazon Queen isn't wearing pants. Okay, so see, those studded shoulder pads are better. That's why we double checked. Going to double, triple check just because I'm paranoid, but yeah, no. I guess I could start at the bottom and work my way up, but yeah, the studded shoulder pads are better. One defense better, so not that much better, but they are better. And see, leather bracers is what we've got on her right now anyways, so yeah, no pants. Interesting. Okay, you can only equip the thingy that there. No. Okay, see, yeah, the leather shoulder pads are better than the leather armor, so that's getting trickled on down. Okay. Yeah, these 4. Okay. And you can't even equip those items. That's what you've already got on. Okay. Amukiki. Yeah, that's what they've already got on. And the leather armor is not that good compared to the chainmail. Okay, so Karen, the only thing we took from you were the shoulder pads, it looks like. You had some very nice shoulder pads, apparently. Even if you aren't wearing pants. What is this? Polearm weapon, two-handed. That's probably going to be unique to her. She's going to be a spear wielder. Okay. Anything else? I don't believe so. Okay. Soon they would approach the forest again, and news would reach their ears. The whole world was quaking, ready to burst, and the sword knew this. High in the Everburn Mountains, a thundering, unearthly shout rang out over the mountains, shattering windows and putting out fires. Did it glow? Tell me. in that princess's hands did that sword glow? I don't know. I only know that she has it. I am completely positive on that, my lord. Then you had better find out if it glows. We have come too far for the gods to meddle in my business. Sir, you know that I need more power for that. My omniscience is limited. I can't just do it whenever. What use are you then? The succubus frowned, about to growl something in her defense. Luckily for her, the chamber's doors flew open, and Grob came hobbling in, wheezing. You speak of the ember blade? It glowed. It glows. He threw all his weight onto his staff as he tried to capture his breath. Jewel crossed her arms and prepared herself for another of her lord's tantrums. The lava in the room sputtered and flared in Foss's white-hot rage. She needs to be killed. I recall someone saying that such an option was covered. How did that go, by the way, Grob? The goblin shaman sneered at Jewel. It went according to plan, actually, but they are collecting more and more allies, so she is well protected. But the lizardmen will be able to handle them. That is... Oh, no, haven't you heard? Quiet, I will tell him which. I have heard enough bad news for today, Grob. Yes, my lord, but the lizardmen have been slain. Loren has her mother, and they are leaving the swamps. Voss' screams shook the room, causing the tiles on the walls and ceilings to break off and shatter on the floor. Joel and Grob were barely unscathed. You can't do anything right, Greenie. And what is it you've done for the Lord lately? Silence. You'll both pay dearly for these mistakes. You failed to keep promises and have compromised me for the last time. My lord, you are being too hasty. I made you a promise that there would be a war. I have come to tell you, the war is upon us. This quieted Foss when he sat down on his throne. How? Unlike some of us, I have great ability at your service, my lord. The humans and elves were itching for a war as it was. A change in the wind would have sent them to war. Nevertheless, it was my illusion magic, lord. Foss was silent for a long moment while the demons before him feared for their lives. This is the only good thing that I have heard from the two of you in a long time. That will not be the case again. The two demons bowed before Foss' throne, glared at each other, and then left. Alone, the animated suit reveled in the thought of the world at war. His plans were finally starting to come to fruition. It was a cloudless night in the Empire. The night watchmen of a small town guarding their post as usual. Only merchants and lowly travelers entered the village in such a dark hour. So it was beyond suspicious when a group of elven scouts marched right up to the town. Hold, who goes there? The elven scouts marched through the gates and straight into the main square. The city guards rushed to block the roads. The elves suddenly stopped. What is your business here? Go back. We don't need. The guard's commanding tone faded as the elves took out their bows in unison and loaded them. We're under attack. The arrows flew in all directions, and the bloody screams woke the whole town. The elves mercilessly attacked the guard, showing almost no emotion, as one person after another was slain. The guards barely had a chance to defend themselves or their loved ones. An arrow pierced an invading elf's skull, sending him to the ground. There the elf's visage melted away and showed the corpse of a goblin instead. The skull was crushed under the foot of a defending guard. Just outside of the forest, Grob wheezed painfully and grasped his staff closely for support. This should be the last of it. With a wave of his staff, the few goblins who remained in front of him turned into human guards. They looked at their new forms for a moment, and then scuttled into a battalion of human soldiers that was forming next to them. Go now. Hurry. The illusory soldiers then marched forward and right into the forest. Grob looked up at the moon and then coughed. Finally, he teleported himself back to the Everburn Mountains to give his report. His master was waiting for good news. Chapter 2 World at War. We found Queen Karen. That gave us 1,000 experience. That is not a small amount of experience. Okay, for Loren, I want to make sure I get the toughness up. Toughness is a pretty good skill to have. Yeah, let's go ahead and just do toughness for this one as well. And then concentration maybe, or just... Yeah, we'll just go ahead and finish upgrading the fireball skill. We probably should get some of the others, but it'll be okay. I'm still not sure how to handle this one. I'm kind of thinking mainly rain of arrows. But it would probably be a good idea to try to get some of these skills as well. And then we've got the fire cover thanks to the other guy. So I'm thinking maybe alternating between earth and water for this guy. For like bosses and stuff. It's single, it's not a wave like the other one, but... Okay. Loren and Eleanor led the party out of the swamps and towards the nearest town. They needed clean beds and hot baths and couldn't be more eager to have either. Before they had trekked far, a bright light flashed in front of them, and a person appeared. Where are you guys going? The shapeshifter. Why have you followed us? Sorry we did not inform you, but I have my mother and no need of your services. I already knew that. You knew we had found Queen Karen? Yes. Okay, so I knew there was a woman and a man taken hostage by the lizard men. I just assumed that was who you were looking for. I'm glad at least one of them is alive. Karen stepped forward, but Eleanor held her back. Was I supposed to go rescue you? I didn't know you, and I wouldn't have been able to do anything all by myself. You don't survive in the swamps by sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Why didn't you just say that you knew my mother was there? You sent us on a hunt for ingredients. This conversation is about as lame as telling you outright I was trying to help. Ick. Just saying the words makes me shudder. I hope you're happy. Your methods are unorthodox, but you did lead my daughter to me. Thank you. Karen turned away to look to the sky with an empty expression. Eleanor couldn't stand to see her queen so desolate and thanking a person who only barely helped them. Bad Scorpion. Are all swamp people this slippery? Most dark witches are. Are we down to name-calling? Really? I don't just teleport for anyone, so shut up about whatever happened and listen to what I have to say. Shambara crossed her arms, but Loren gave her a warning look. You're about to walk into an Empire town and get shot on sight. Does that sound fun at all? Why would we be killed? I am the Arch-Wizard of Grimoire. Maybe not you, but all of your friends. She only received blank stares in return. None of you know, do you? Out with it. The Empire and the Elves are at war. War! The entire party froze from hearing it. For so long, the two factions had been teetering on the edge of it, but both sides had worked hard to keep from shedding any blood. Elnor first looked to her mistress. Loren paled, but she had been upset since the Chizulu temple, and she worried how much trauma one Amazon could take. And then Elnor found the humans, Epolimisho and Emukiki. They were already staring at her down like she was responsible for the war herself. Emukiki's eyes burned her as if she deserved it. Eleanor clenched her teeth to keep from doing something she would regret. Bringing elves onto Empire soil and vice versa will only get you shot down, dead. The Empire had declared war against the elves? Why? Groups of elves invaded human towns and a regiment of soldiers attacked a forest city. Impossible. Our army would not have marched into the forest as you say. If they did, it was to root out someone or something. Perhaps the Empire found proof of conspiracy in that elven town. No. It was completely random, and worse, the attackers completely disappeared afterwards. That doesn't make sense. No casualties or prisoners. Something is wrong with this war. And I'm warning you before you go home and cry about it. Not everything is as it seems. Do you know anything more? Are you hiding your knowledge again to keep from directly helping us? Chambara sighed heavily. You're welcome. Have fun with your little war. The swamp should be much more peaceful now that you're preoccupied. Hold on. You should help us. Your magic could be very useful. Dark magic is never useful. The shapeshifter ignored the insult and started to turn away. I don't care. Witch hunts won't happen while this is going on, so I don't mind it. Bye. She flashed away suddenly, leaving only smoke in her place. They stood silently in the field for a moment. This is grave news. Her warning is, unfortunately, appreciated. Our elven party members would be killed and the rest jailed for interrogation. You cannot travel into town. Arch-Wizard, the council will need to hear from you. Yes, I was just thinking about that. I need to return to Grimoire immediately. Princess Loren, we must make a detour. I am returning to the Amazon Citadel. Epolimisho was startled by her defiance, since he was used to having people obey his orders. This is a matter of great importance. You are in possession of the Ember Blade, and become a tool for the Empire. Yeah, right. Epolimisho glared at Eleanor, his eyes revealing how deeply he hated the elves. I know what you want from me. With the Empire at war, you wished to use me as you were going to use your gladiator. I was to be your weapon. Emukiki shuffled uncomfortably and held his head high. The sword is my responsibility, and I must take it back to Grimoire. That is all. It is my sword, mage. You said it yourself. You cannot wield it, but you may find me at the Citadel. Loren started walking away from the wizard and his warrior. A Polymisho gripped his staff tightly and shouted after her. I have your word that you'll be at the citadel with the sword. You may seek an audience with the Amazons like everyone else. The tall woman dwarfed the Polymisho and his brow furrowed. You will see me again in due time. Amukiki, come. The gladiator locked eyes with Elnor before turning away to follow the mage on a different route. Elnor looked over her shoulder several times, watching the two leave. Loren changed course for the citadel. As tired as she was, she needed to get her mother home, and quick. Along the way, they unfortunately met with the war even as they tried to avoid it. Swarms of elven scouts and Empire soldiers massed to battle, and were so enraged that Loren and the party were mistakenly caught up in the chaos. Elnor fought hard to keep her mistress safe, while still keeping her own hide intact. You need to fight 3 times to get back to the citadel. You can choose to travel near the Empire or the Elven borders. The types of enemies you encounter will be decided by this. Every time we camp, the next encounter's enemies will be more powerful. Okay, interesting.
Take me instead.
Try this on for size.
Weren't expecting that, were you?
Keep up next time.
Either I'm really good or they really work.
Why are there imbeciles everywhere I go?
And they didn't drop their stuff, but they left the party. I love it whenever games do that. Whenever you don't get the items from your members back, because we could have. Well, I think it's mostly the same. I think only the armor would be different, but still, principle, right? Principle. Okay, we'll just keep going, I guess.
Be gone.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. Fireball 3 hits all enemies. I didn't even notice that. With for 200%, 30% chance. Hits all enemies in a row for 250. Okay, so we lose 50% damage by doing it that way. Which is not that much damage difference. But considering they're back row wizards, it's fire wizards, but that's okay. I didn't even notice that. The fireball's doing
like you.
everybody. That's pretty. This guy is kind of overpowered here. Just for realses. For realses.
Now let's see if they had anything good.
Oh, did we just fight a battle? I didn't notice.
Try this on for size.
Don't take my stuff.
Good riddance, I say.
Not back in action. Yee.
What did you think of those fireworks?
The citadel was right in front of them. Loren walked towards the legendary gates of the fortress with pride. The guards at the post jumped in surprise and announced the arrival of the princess, and more amazingly, the queen as well. The large doors creaked open. Inside of the fortress, hundreds of Amazons rushed to form a procession by the entrance, all kneeling to welcome back their royalty. Loren stepped up to the bowing women with her hands on her hips. I have returned. I was told many suns ago that our queen, my mother, had gone missing and that she was dead. I bring her to you now. Karen stepped forward and the entire city seemed to apologize and cheer at once. Hail, Queen Karen! She held out her hand to quiet them. They all looked to her with fear of punishment for leaving her to die. My daughter was very brave in finding me. She has proven great strength and intelligence where I have failed. I was your queen, but I do not feel worthy of this honor any further. Mother. Karen quickly gestured Loren to be silent. A more fit ruler has presented herself, and I will relinquish my throne to my daughter within the season. The Amazons bowed to Loren. Hail, Princess Loren. Mother, I did not bring you back for this. You are their queen. I am a weakling. You have seen what I am. Karen blinked rapidly and looked away. I will prepare for your rule, and then you will be queen. You saved me, and I am grateful. This is what I want. Loren gaped at her mother, unable to believe what had just happened. She was interrupted when Briza approached urgently. Princess Loren, a very important guest is waiting for an audience with you. When she could finally tear her eyes from Karen, she processed the message. A Polymecia was quick for an old man. Fine, tell him I will be with him in a moment's time. Loren went with Eleanor to meet her guests. Even though they had arrived back home and the mission was complete, Loren had not dismissed her service. Both seemed to ignore it, for fear that bringing it up would definitely put an end to the partnership. They walked into the audience chamber and found two people that neither had been expecting. A woman clad in live vegetation and a blonde elven scout were standing together on the other side of the room. Eleanor recognized the woman to be a druid, sprites that protected the forest. The elf with her must have been her guard. Who are you? I am Elder Druid Mirth, and this is my brother Ray. A druid and an elf. Why are you here? We have never met, but I represent the elven nation. As you've no doubt heard, the Empire and the elves are now at war. You've come to recruit the Amazons to your side. I suppose it is fairly obvious. I would not be here at this grim time if it were not very important. I do wish for support, but not of the entire Amazons, just Princess Loren. Just me. Why? We know you have the Ember Blade, and we know that it has recognized you. It's hard for outsiders to keep secrets in elven territory. Eleanor felt a chill from how openly the elf evaluated her. She had never felt so exposed while clothed. I'm sorry to say you traveled here in vain. I am not siding with the humans or elves. Princess, important guests have arrived for an audience. More, your friends. And through the doors walked the Poli Misho and Amukiki not far behind. The druid and her elf jumped in shock. Agents of the Empire. Elven Witch. A Poli Misho raised his staff to cast an attack spell, but Ray had shot a perfectly aimed bolt, knocking it from the mage's hands. In the next moment, Ray was tackled by Amukiki, while Mirth had summoned vines to puncture through the floor tiles and grab a Poli Misho's legs. Stop this madness. Eleanor ran to the elf and the gladiator to pull them apart. With a sturdy kick of her foot, she shoved the gladiator away from the elf and out of his chokehold. A quick flash of her sword kept the two separated. You will not battle within the citadel. Mirth and the Poli Misho huffed at each other from across the room. Their companions slowly stopped growling at each other and joined the other sides. Within these walls, no war exists. If you battle, I will eradicate you. Understand? My apologies, Princess Loren. I was not expecting the enemy. And I was not
Stream
expecting
Elements
filth.
said, stay moist, my
Listen
friends.
to yourselves.
Hydrate.
You do not know each other, but have already committed to hating one another. These two men have not proved to be evil and worth killing, and I doubt the druid and her brother are either. Then you have not heard of the horrible tales of what the Empire does to elves in their hands, or their plot to cleanse the whole world of them. Do you allow every aspect of your reasoning to be ruled by fear-mongering and lies? I will hear no more of this squabble. This war is your own fault. I'm glad you brought that up. On my trip back to Grimoire, I have learned something very disturbing. The origins of this war are not what you expect. I wonder how you will twist it to best paint the elves as the villains. Unfortunately, the villains are more intelligent than common elves. Ray reached for a bolt to load his crossbow, but stopped when Loren bared her teeth at him. The elves that attacked the town were not elves at all. Elves attacked your cities. That is backwards. Humans attacked the forest. Perhaps it is both. Have you considered that? Neither of us attacked each other. I had to oversee the burial of 100 elves not too long ago, wizard. I am in no state of mind for your barbs. If you could listen, I would tell you that no elven corpses were found after their ambush, only the bodies of goblins. Using my magic, I was able to detect the essence of illusion, and I have put two and two together. The goblins merely looked like elven scouts when they attacked. So that means the humans that attacked the forest were goblins too. Precisely. The Empire did not instigate the war, nor the elves by that conclusion. Okay. Poli Misho, if you are aware of that, why did you instantly start casting an attack spell as soon as you saw them? If you knew this fact, why did you instantly cast an attack spell before they could do anything? That was the first action in the sequence here, was you casting an attack spell. I don't know what is going on with the Poli Misho this game, but he is an absolute motherfucking asshole. I will have to agree. So if your magic is not mistaken, then only a demon could have organized these attacks. That magic is restricted to the Everburn Mountains. Demons. It's always demons. Faust. He is their leader. I have fought him in the past. He is beyond ruthless. He is near impossible to kill. My comrades and I had thought we had done so. It appears we were wrong. Furthermore, the council did not believe me when I presented this revelation to them. They will not believe that the elves did not attack us. They are so thirsty to slaughter us then. I do not want this war, Arch-Wizard. I will see it end by any means. I find no glory in this war either. If we can find a means to do it to a truce, then we should do it. A brief moment of silence told Loren that the two of them needed to form an alliance, or else they would kill each other off for no reason. Elnor's gaze bounced between both faction leaders, eager for them to come to the same conclusion. I propose we join forces against our true enemy. A Polynesio straightened. The demons, you mean? Yes. We may not see eye to eye, but a more dangerous foe is at large. Then shall we seek peace with our nations? The old wizard was silent for a long moment, and then reached out his hand towards the druid. She stared at it, and then reached out her own. They shook hands with each other, sealing their new alliance. Everyone in the room marveled at how their attitudes had completely changed, putting their personal vendettas aside for the greater good. Mirth. Druid. The druids are the magic users of the wilderness. Druids are the most common mage specialization among the elves, who have a natural affinity for air, water, and earth magics. They practice some dark magic, but they have banned fire magic because it is dangerous for the forest. Druids are also very good healers. A potential second healer heals 3 nearby allies, hits all enemies with earth damage, with a chance of slowed. Smoke cloud hits all enemies with fire damage, chance of burn, so they do have fire, kind of. All enemies with air, chance of tired, water, chance of frozen. So a potential second healer, but it's a little weird because it hits all allies. So it's not weird. Okay, we got an AoE spell now, in case multiple people are getting whooped. Very good. So yeah, she's definitely going in our back row. Can the elves really work together with the humans? Yeah, she's definitely going in the back row. And she has an earth type staff. I would prefer if it was not, but our main mage also has a specific type, so there's not much we can do about that, I guess. More than likely, this will only be potentially used by him, but yeah. I'll double check that. Oh, you can use them too? And you, of course, but you probably won't want it because it's not as good. Double checking. Looks like exact same items. Yeah, okay. Double checking just to be sure. But since she can use chainmail and heavy armor, she probably won't want the light armor stuff. Yeah. Surprised Karen can too, honestly, but I did check Karen's leather helm against his. Okay, yeah, because he can't even equip the leather helm. Okay, I got you. Okay. Yeah. That being said, no, she doesn't have pants either. Interesting. Where did the druid go? Where did the druid go? Where's my arrows? Where did my arrows go? My arrows disappeared. That is a little weird. That is a little weird. I'm not sure what's going on there. Can the elves really work together with the humans? We must try, Ray. The only other option is to be attacked on 2 fronts, rather than just one. Archwizard, the sword. Oh yes, Princess Loren's sword. The time has come to use it. Are you seeking to manipulate her to do your bidding? The sword does not need to stand just for the Empire. It could stand for our combined forces as well. This sword is dragging me into commitments I have not made yet. Is that all it will do? I want nothing more to do with it. Loren unsheathed the sword and it glowed, but she immediately slammed it against the floor. Everyone gasped in horror. Amukiki rushed to pick the sword off the ground. He frowned at Loren. You're throwing it away, but it has chosen you. A piece of metal is not going to ruin my life. If you want it so badly, you can have it. I have plenty of superior weapons here at the Citadel. You will never find a blade stronger than this one. Don't be a fool and throw it away. The world needs you, and you are running away. If our armies are to fight as one, we need not only a fearless leader, but one who would not appear to be biased towards either side. With this sword, everyone would agree that the gods themselves chose you to lead us against the demons. Your Highness, they need you. That is not my problem. Then we will ask for the Queen to lead. Queen Karen is a good substitute, though she cannot wield the sword. Loren was tense thinking of her mother taking her place. Could she send her mother to war after just returning her home? That is absurd. You cannot have the Queen. That seems more like her decision than yours. Loren knew her mother would take up this role, if only as a means to kill herself. She could not lose her mother to this. Your Majesty. Eleanor had difficulty bringing Loren's hard stare towards her. This incessant begging for your help is just going to keep getting louder and more whiny the longer this war goes on. They're just going to keep coming back until you have to kill them all to get your peace and quiet back. Why not just help them? It would be a lot easier than trying to ignore them. Loren stared straight in front of her, contemplating her words. Eleanor prayed that she had gotten through to her mistress. Finally, the princess's eyes blinked back into reality and looked at the faces around the room. The demons are asking for a fight, and I shall give it to them. Everyone was more than relieved. The air in the room was significantly lighter. Amukiki with the sword. The warrior looked down at the ember blade and then slowly walked up to Loren. She gazed at it warily. Amukiki knelt down suddenly in front of her, holding up the hilt for her to take. Loren stared down at the sword and then finally wrapped her fingers around its handle, lifting it into the air. It glowed. This is your calling, your sword, uniting these people to slay the demons responsible. I am sure of it, your highness. She sheathed it and looked over at her servant. We shall see, I suppose. A historical alliance was formed then. The humans and the elves had joined forces with the Amazons to lead one united army against the enemy who threatened them all. After some negotiations, both Apollonicio and Mirth were prepared to take the steps to convince their individual nations to end the war. The Citadel was designated as the base of operations, due to it being the only neutral fortress in the land. The guests were all treated to a formal Amazon welcome and peacemaking rituals, including great feasts, folk songs, and tests of strength. After a few hearty days of bonding, the Amazons had concluded that an alliance could be formed between the three cultures, and even the human and elf factions began to put their differences aside. You are very strong for an elf. I believe that was a compliment. All right, you're not bad yourself for a human. I am the greatest warrior in Grimoire. I am not bad at all. Even the greatest warrior can fall from a single arrow. The two stared at each other and then laughed. You're right. especially an arrow to the knee. Oh no! I should have the arrows on my side even if I don't need them. You think brute strength is everything? Prepare to be proved otherwise. Is that a challenge, assassin? They paused, both sure that they were the superior fighter. Accepted. May the best elf win. Amukiki chuckled and they slammed their fists together in a gesture of good sport. Ray, thief and assassin. Assassins are thieves who concentrate all their efforts on killing a single target quickly. They have a wide array of deadly skills at their disposal to accomplish this goal, preferably with a crossbow, although they can also fight at close range. Hits single target and has a 60% chance of permanently lowering his health by 15%, which would counter any potential healing, I'm guessing. Increases character resistance against paralyzed, weak, and scared. Headshot. Hits single target for a little bit more than normal damage and has a chance of causing confused. Deadly Strike. Target has to be burning, frozen, or tired. 40% of target's health. Fatality. Hits staggered target with crit hit. Has a 50-50 chance of instant kill if under 30% health. Nearby, Draco grinned excitedly and turned towards Ramos, standing idly next to him. He held out his fist towards him. Why am I not getting the option to change? Where is Ray? I don't see his portrait anywhere. Where is he? See, if we go up, the arrows are missing. Like, why can I not move him now? Why can I not select him? I am very confused. That looks pretty much the same, although these studded shoulder pads are pretty good, aren't they? They're not as good as plate shoulder pads. I don't think they are pretty good. And he can't equip them. And leather boots, I think, is what we've already got. Leather boots, leather bracers, leather helm. Yeah, it's not as good. Okay, yeah, but studded shoulder pads are better, okay. Staff. Staff of rocks, no. Bow. Fine crossbow, no. Probably not. No, right, leather shoulder pads are a little bit better than leather shawl. That's different. Even if the icon looks almost the same, pretty much the same, that's different. The leather shawl is leather shawl, so I don't know where their portraits are. I don't like that, but yeah. Okay. I guess. Okay. May the best elf win. Ramos just looked at the fire mage. Or dwarf. What? Come on, let's make a cool challenge pack thingy too. Ramos grumbled and walked away, leaving Draco hanging. He pouted. Well, sucks for you because you were just going to win anyway. Now I win. Draco wins. Yeah. Eleanor walked up to her mistress Loren while she was holding her final audience with a polemy show and mirth. So it is agreed. We shall both head back to our capitals to divert attention away from the citadel, and to convince our nations to put a stop to this bloodshed. Yes, I will help the forest elders see how we were so easily fooled. Princess Loren, you must come visit each of us immediately. If everything goes as planned, we need to introduce you to our respective councils as the new commander of the combined army. Speaking of which, I do not feel the Grimoire Council will be so readily convinced that the elves did not attack. I may need your help in convincing them. I will come visit you both as time allows. Your Highness, all preparations for departure have been made. Eleanor, good. Stand in front of me. Yes. Eleanor cautiously stepped in front of Loren as she asked. The princess unsheathed her sword and she tensed. My first decree as High Commander is to promote you to my second in command. My Majesty, kneel, Eleanor. Without question, she obeyed. The ember blade then tapped both of her shoulders as she looked up at Loren with disbelief. You have proven yourself worth to me as an advisor, and I will have it known that your commands are to be respected as if they were mine. Thank you, Majesty. My life is yours. The princess smiled almost unexpectedly. As my second in command, you may call me less formally. Yes, ma'am. The gesture was beyond comprehension. Was she no longer a slave? The feeling barely registered. An entire lifetime of being treated as just a lowly servant. And now Eleanor was given one of the highest honors she could ever obtain. Loren sheathed her sword, but it took Eleanor several more moments to stand again. I am happy for you. Back to our matter. You need a token of the Empire to pass into Grimoire unharmed. The old wizard materialized a medallion from his robes and held it out to Loren. She instead nodded for Eleanor to take it. This will let you pass in the Empire's lands without much trouble. I assume the rogues and bandits who do not recognize our laws will attack you anyway. That is a wise idea. I shall give you the forest's blessing so that those still loyal to the elders will not strike you down. The druid closed her eyes and the glowing flower sprouted from her palm. She plucked it, handed it over to Eleanor. These will be useful. I will leave to meet with you soon. I must be off right now. I will leave Amukiki to you. I have convinced Ray to travel with you as well. Farewell, and be safe. The two faction leaders bowed and left the palace to depart from the citadel altogether. Commander Breeza approached Loren and saluted her with a hand over her heart. Your Majesty, the Amazons are ready to fight for you. Your allies are strong, and we will no doubt be victorious. But we should not turn down a chance to strengthen our numbers. There may still be more allies to be found hidden around Erevorn. A group of peculiar elves were discovered by our scouts in the Orcish wastes, if you wish to investigate. They had a strange blue color on their skin. They are not common elves, so be wary, princess. Thank you. You are dismissed. More allies, besides the dwarves, whom could we recruit to our cause? I can think of no one of value. If I may interject, we have encountered several powerful people in our journey that I think would be useful to have on our side. Salzer, the monk from Mount Kronos, was a very strong, unarmed specialist. He would likely be interested in helping us. There's also the shapeshifter Chambara. She may not see the point, but I believe we could convince her that even her isolated swamp is in danger. Yes, those are excellent ideas. If I have time, I will see to recruiting them. When shall we depart? Tomorrow morning at dawn. Be prepared, Eleanor. We have a war to win. Yes, ma'am. The celebration of the Queen's return had ended. The packs had been made, and the party was ready to set off to fix what the demons had so easily broken. Okie dokie. Oh, now we get to. Okay, there you guys are. Was it going in a circle just now? I think it was going in a circle just now. Okay, so it goes in a circle. There's Loren at the top for some reason. Interesting. Okay, so it's a roundabout. Ray, Amukiki. So I think our front row will be the dwarf, Loren, and Eleanor. That's our front row for sure. And obviously Draco's going to be on the back row. He's a little broken. But I don't see our elf mage. Hopefully if we go to her area, she'll come with us. Because I would really like to have another healer, especially if she can heal literally everybody. That seems pretty freaking good. I think I will just go ahead and unequip everybody that isn't actually going to be in our main party, because it looks like there isn't any character stories. Hopefully I will not end up regretting that, but it would be nice to have that money to buy some of those really nicer things that are in the stores. Yeah, Ramos is one of our mains. Okay. So at least until we get our other mage, so we're going to have Draco, the druid. That's only two. Who do we... I'm thinking Draco, Dora, and the druid. That sound good? Sounds like a plan. Try and make sure I don't want anybody else. I definitely don't want Polymisho. He seems like an ass and I just don't want him in my party. Yeah, that seems good. That seems good. Draco, Dora, and the druid. Okay. Double checking I did unequip these guys right. Okay. Okay. So for right now, until we get the mage, at least on the back party, I guess we could do Ray with his crossbow. Until we get the mage back, until we get the druid back. That could work, yes, okay. Let's see, reinforced cap is probably the best. Go ahead and have him equipped so he can be a party member. At least for right now. I should probably make sure that these aren't good for anybody else though first. Okay, just double checking we've got the best we can on these people. At least in the proper order. Because we've gotten a lot of things going on right now. Interesting that that's our only girdle so far. Interesting. Okay. And then the standard short sword and the tempered long sword. Okay. Yeah. I'm tempted to go ahead and equip the Mace of Lizards. I mean, that is one less damage. More or less, I guess. But it is better crit hit, defense, and speed. I'm still not sure how to feel about that damage versus attack thing. Because on the level up, it says that attack is like 1 damage, right? So it's like equal, pretty much, right? I'm pretty sure. So that's like 1 less damage, but we get crit hit, defense, and speed. I'm pretty sure I'm doing that right. And then you can only equip the cloth armor. You don't have any pants. Interesting. I didn't realize you didn't have any pants. That's another thing that that's a good thing for Dora, is that she can equip the heavier armor. That's definitely a good thing. The mages are a bit weaker on defense just because of that. Yeah, that's the best bow. Okay. That's the only double-handed axe we have. Yeah, I think we're doing pretty good right now. Doing pretty good. Okay. Then we'll go ahead and make sure we equip him. At least temporarily. Or I guess we could just have 5 people in our back party, but 5. You know what? Yes, I will just have 5 people in our party for right now. We're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. We're not having that much trouble in fights, so we'll just sell all these thingies. Actually, I probably shouldn't sell the... Well, it's okay. It's okay. It'll be okay. Okay. Now, is there anything better in the weaponry thing that we want to do? I don't want that because that's dark. That's two-handed. It's two-handed. Fine heavy morning star, but she cannot equip it. What about me? That is pretty nice. It does 6 more damage. We do lose some crit hit, defense, and speed, but that is a very nice morning star. And we definitely have enough money. We've gotten some money now. It's two-handed, fine axe. That's 2 more damage. We lose crit hit, defense, and speed. For only 2 more damage, I don't know if that's I don't think that's worth it. I don't think it's worth it. It's the same damage as a heavy morning star. 17 and 4. No, it's a little bit worse. It's 4 worse. Okay. 1 damage, and again the loss over there, so no. Pole arm, bow, pole, sword, that's what we've got now. But if I get the mace, then I won't want that. Standard longsword, no good. Okay, so yeah, let's get me the heavy morning star. That looks good. And we'll probably sell the mace of lizards. 6 more attack for some loss on crit hit, defense, and speed, but that should be fine. Then we can probably sell the mace of lizards. Okay. Double checking over here. Yeah, because that's 4 less attack for only a little bit of crit hit. Okay. So there's only 1 staff, and that's the staff we just sold. I think the only bows in here are weak bows and the one we sold. Okay, two-handed. Axe of Fury, that's a nice looking axe. 8 more damage and a little bit of crit hit. Alright, we might very well get our dwarf friend an Axe of Fury. That's fire type. I don't want fire or water. I don't want element on our weapons. We do have enough money. Yeah, we have enough money. Axe of Fury. We'll buy him an Axe of Fury. There you go, friend. An axe of fury for our furious barbarian. Okay, so that's got that taken care of, at least weapon-wise for right now. Now the very complicated armor. There are multiple girdles here. Are they better than our current girdle? A bit of attack, but we want defense, so no, not the chain girdle. The nimble belt of the battle mage. We lose defense, but we gain magic, slow resistance, speed. Interesting. Those are the only girdles, okay. I'll go sort of in order here. Helmet, pauldrons. Or maybe I'll just do it like this. You can't equip that, that's not good. Ring of defense could be good. Give her a bit more defense points. Our first ring. I don't see any other rings here, and there's only one of them. Yes, you know what? Let's buy the ring of defense. That sounds good. Leather armor Kojak. That is not very good defense. That's what she's got on. No, no. Focusing mainly on defense. Even if it does cost us speed, better to be protected and slow. Turtle, turtle. I think Loren is all set. Very good. Now the question is, we're definitely going to probably end up buying some of these girdles. Or at least the chain girdle, the nimble, since it's the only one that provides defense. Maybe I should get Belt of the Battle Mage. No, Belt of the Battle Mage does provide defense. 2 defense. So not as good as the chain girdle, the nimble, but that's 1 less defense and 1 less attack, but maybe for our mages it's just as good. Maybe. 3 more defense, that's probably the best because that's what we've got on Loren, so we'll equip that. And she's already got a plate helm on, which is probably the best. Chain boots would be very good. Now that we've got some money, we can start equipping our characters with our stuff. Didn't I just tell it? Oh, no, I didn't equip it. Okay. There. The shield is not as good as our current shield. We've got that tower shield, yeah. Anything else worth noting here? No, it does not look like it. Okay. You very picky young man with your light cloth armor shenanigans. That Raven's bandana is nice. So we'll go ahead and equip that on you. Okay, and then you, probably the heavy armor, although that Raven's bandana is pretty tempting. Did check, oh, he can't equip the belt. He can't equip the belt. Well, okay then. Oh, and I'm out of money already. Okay, fantastic. Money, it just disappears, doesn't it? You already have the studded shoulder pads and the leather boots. And that cloth cap is no good. Oh wait, we're not out of money. We still have a little bit of money. What am I talking about? We can sell the quartz and the sapphire. No, we're good. We're good. We're good. There we go. And now we're probably poor again, aren't we? Okay. Well, we at least got her a belt, I guess. So that's something. probably not here. You can't even equip the thingy. Yes, the studded shoulder pads. Only one more defense, but that's, you know, that's something. And you've got the leather boots already. Yeah. Okay. So we can sell these. Okay, then back to you. That's 12 less. Yes to the chain boots. There you go. Actually, we could give her a shield, couldn't we? Because that's on the... Can we give her 2 shields? I am very curious if we can just double shield her, because she's only got the back one, right? That could be interesting. I just now thought about that. Since she's mainly using the back defense thingy. You've already got leather boots on, so we'll sell these leather boots. And we don't have enough for it anyways. Okay, so you already have studded shoulder pads. Everybody's good on the shoulder pads. Don't have enough money for some of this more expensive stuff. I think it's sorted by how much it costs, so I think the further down we go, it's the cheaper stuff, yeah. Chain coif. Does anybody want a chain coif? And that also means it's a lower quality, of course. So the odds of them actually wanting any of this is pretty low. I could get her a fine buckler. It'll lower her speed a little bit, but would provide her defense while she shoots her bow. I didn't even think about giving her a shield. Probably should have, but yeah. Okay, can we... No, we cannot put in the primary, so she can't double shield while she shoots her bow. That's fine. That's fine. She still has a shield of some sort. And that is definitely all our money now. Okay. What's this training with Brisa option? Ray, train with me and my goblin slaves. I won't go easy. I'm warning you. Okay, sure. It's a 2-on-2 fight. At least that's the one I chose. So we'll do the mage and Loren. That's probably fine. Just because the mage is so strong, it's going to wipe everybody else out. Well, mainly wipe the goblin out, I guess. It's not doing as much to the guard. It's still doing a lot more than basic attack.
Like you.
Nope, we're going to lose. We lost. Okay, so she's pretty strong. Interesting. I wonder if with a 4-on-4 we can challenge her, maybe. So we'll take you and you out, and that'll be 4. Because numbers doesn't help them as much as it helps me.
Now I'm mad.
Just because
Try
of
this
this
on for
ability right
size.
here.
I don't like you.
That was merely fool's luck. Impossible.
Okay, so now it's just me and the goblin. Okay.
Great, let's eat.
There we go. We won. Somehow. Potion of minor healing and an emerald. Awesome. And the level up. You're really in top form today, but I demand a rematch. Defeated Frieza in a fight. There we go. Commander Frieza, you have served the Citadel well, I presume. I am overjoyed at your return, Your Majesty. That's a very different attitude from before. Frieza sputtered in anger. What do you mean, Eleanor? She was quick to label you as dead and pass the crown to Loren. Karen and Frieza looked at each other for a moment until Frieza looked at the ground. I am sure Frieza had her reasons, and they were wise ones. You honor me. Eleanor still felt uneasy with Frieza, even though Karen had no issue with her. Majesty, there has been some suspicious activity to the north in the realm of Namar. I will be sending scouts to investigate. Suspicious activity? Activity at all, that is. There should be no one there. I see. Report your findings to me immediately. You alone can stop this trifling war. Please end their bickering so that we may focus on the true threat. Okay, and it repeats the Namar one. That's probably bonus stuff, I'm not sure, but nice that we got double rings of defense on her now, so that's like 10 defense, which is a tenth of our defense, but still. Oh, now we've got a whole bunch of things going on here. Again, I'm not sure what's up with these different maps. Oh, we have got some stuff going on here. Eleanor stirred from her sleep. Her mouth had gone dry, and she woke up in the middle of the night for water. When she got up, she saw Loren sitting on a fur pelt, looking up at the stars. Ma'am? Loren looked over at her, but she was not startled. I am guarding the campsite. You may rest. You haven't been to sleep yet. Loren looked back up at the stars with no response, which told Eleanor the answer. I will guard now, so you can sleep. She shook her head. Why not? I cannot. Worried about the war? How do you fall asleep at night? Eleanor blinked and looked around, not expecting such a question. Well, usually I just lay my head down on the ground, and bam, I'm out. Copious amounts of wine also helps. How can you get comfortable without a mound of fur? Do the insects not bite you? Don't you hear the creatures calling in the night, or feel the elements sting you? No lavender grows in these plains, so the air smells of filth. The people here are crude, disrespectful, and allowed to roam free like animals. I am woken unceremoniously by the sun, beast, or by my own hunger for a food that is not terrible. And every time I lie down, I keep awake in fear of unchecked bandits and demons. So I ask again, how is it that you can sleep at night? Eleanor smiled to herself. Why are you smiling? I believe you are homesick. Excuse me, you miss the citadel. Loren faced away. I do not. If you were homesick, that would make sense. You spent your entire life restricted to its walls. It's the only way you know how to live, or how to sleep. Loren kept staring intently ahead of her, refusing to acknowledge Eleanor. Eleanor sighed and moved away from Loren and back to her bed. She stared at it briefly and then picked it up. Princess, you may have my fur should you wish to sleep tonight. Loren finally looked back at her. Eleanor placed her fur pelt next to the one Loren was sitting on. No, no, wait. Take it back. You need to sleep tonight so that you don't kill yourself tomorrow. I'll sleep. How? Take back your fur. Eleanor smirked again. I am homesick as well, Majesty. In the citadel, I slept on nothing. Loren gawked at Eleanor as she laid on the ground and got comfortable. Loren had a hard time processing the idea of sleeping with no bedding. She continued to watch Eleanor until the elf closed her eyes, and only then did she believe it. She turned back to her own fur and felt the hair upon it with a forced stroke. Two furs definitely felt better than just one, but she had to be sure. Loren laid her back down on the two furs and stared up at the stars. She was much more comfortable, but at the expense of Eleanor. But she was her servant. She was supposed to make sacrifices for her. Loren hung on the fact that Eleanor was a servant. Servants slept in the slave pen. They slept on the ground. The slave pen must not have had furs. Loren shoved her eyes closed. She tried very hard to never think about the slave pen once in her whole life. She never wanted to consider them because she was afraid that if she did, she would feel as she did at that moment. Loren turned on her side and watched Eleanor sleeping. She watched her chest rise and fall with each slow breath, and how her hair fell over her eyes. She considered waking her just to give her the fur back, but her eyelids were too heavy as she fell asleep. Hmm. How exactly do you know Elder Druid Mirth? Elder Druid. Right. Our mother was an Elder Druid. Mirth? Maybe. With time. So you are siblings, but I have beautiful blonde hair and she does not. I'm glad you've noticed. No, I am not really the son of a druid. Not sure I would want to be either. Hearing the forest as I do, it seems like more of a burden than anything else. So how did you come under Merce's mother's care? Ray gnashed his teeth while thinking about it. I am told that dark elves murdered my parents and left me as a babe on the forest floor. That's all kinds of evil. That's what the dark elves are. Evil. Well, they certainly don't call them dark for nothing. They should be banished to the Everburn Mountains, like all the other demons, since they love flirting with them. I'm going to be honest with here and say you're not being entirely fair towards them. Perhaps, but were they entirely fair to me? Answer me that. Ray pursed his lips and studied Eleanor in silence. Never mind. You needn't look so harsh. You might develop wrinkles scowling so much. She glared harder. Have I told you of my exploits in Havoc Cavern? How many seven-headed dragons did you slay that time? Bandits, a slew of them, strung up by their thieving feet in Horus when I was done with them. You would not believe how easy it was for me to outsmart them. Eleanor sighed heavily. I have quite the reputation in Horus, actually. The mayor's wife took quite an interest in me after saving her from a highwayman. In particular, she appreciated how I was able to recover her prized steed. It was simply in my considerate nature to track the beast down, of course, but she was very sure to thank me. Ugh, ick. Does that one story burn your ears? I haven't even breached upon the numerous escapades I've enjoyed in the company of the forest nymphs. Have you ever met a nymph, Eleanor? They are mischievous creatures, to be sure, but I could handle more than handle them. Ray leaned in uncomfortably close towards her. They were always quite satisfied. You don't need to try so hard. He slowly straightened his back again. Well then, perhaps you should make it easier for me. Easier for what? His lips twitched, but he didn't reply. At a loss for words already. But you had no shortage of them just a moment ago. If I am wasting my time, then you should make that clear right now. I'm wasting your time. That's hilarious, really. I see. If that's the way you feel, then I am tired. I would like some rest now, if you don't mind. He stiffened, paused, and then bowed abruptly to bid her a good night, but there was a conflicted expression on his face. He turned and walked away, but he stopped once as if he was debating to speak with her again. But eventually he left her completely, just as she had asked. So you are an assassin, almost exclusively. Don't work well with others? Not when they weigh me down, no? Does that answer your question? Why did you become one? It was how I preferred to make my living. Why does anyone choose any occupation? I was a mercenary in the beginning. I found my thrills that way, but it gets a bit stagnant after a while. The jobs mostly entailed walking very long distances. That's when I decided being an escort was not as much fun as I thought it would be. And bounty hunting was. So far, so good. It's a bit more fun when you know you're excellent at it. How would you know? You make your targets more deader than the rest. Plenty of ways: speed, efficiency, and your trophies. Trophies. Don't misunderstand. I prefer mementos or tokens rather than body parts. It's rather boring when I haven't killed anything in a while, is it? My queen, how do you fare? Karen did not lift her eyes from the ground. I will live. She continued to stare deeply into the ground. Eleanor swallowed while searching for the right words. That is okay, Your Highness. You are allowed to live. Karen finally looked up and met her eyes with the elf. Eleanor feared that she had said the wrong thing. May the Great Mothers judge me. Eleanor did not understand what this meant, but she hoped that her queen would find some solace in her ancestors' spirits. It was clear that her heart was in deep mourning, and she may not recover from it if she let it consume her. she decided to leave Karen in peace. May I ask you about the man you were traveling with was? Karen looked up, but she managed to speak. He was Rhizom. He was my private servant and a close companion, and a little something more. Right? Yes, I will admit it. I loved him. I loved the man, and dearly. Love is a beautiful thing. You should cherish it wherever you find it. Karen said nothing in return. You did love him, didn't you? Finally, she looked up at Eleanor. Yes. Then you have nothing to apologize for. Eleanor reached out. Her fingertips grazed above
Stream
Karen's heart.
Elements said,
This
stay
is
moist,
law.
my friends. Hydrate.
Eleanor shivered and suddenly realized that she was touching the queen inappropriately. She withdrew immediately and shuffled back. That was rude of me. She bowed and left as her cheeks turned warm. And if I am going to hydrate, I need more water, so give me 1 minute. Okie dokie, hydrated I am. Loren told me once that you were a very private person, even with her. Is that true? Private. She had to meditate on the accusation for a moment. Does she consider me a poor mother? No, sorry. That's not what she said at all. I can see what she means. I did not nurse or entertain her, nor confide in her with my personal problems. Those were mine to solve. Burdening others is a high offense. I wouldn't call ignoring someone doing them a favor. It sounded like she really wanted to interact with you more. This is the first time I am hearing this. I did not think I was ignoring her. If she had wanted something from me, she could have only asked. In any case, she turned out to be much stronger Amazon than I could have hoped for. She will make an excellent queen, and I wish her daughters that follow her in her footsteps. How did you become queen of the Amazons? My esteemed mother was queen, and I was her chosen kin. So you are a royal family that will continue for generations. If my blood remains strong and serves the Amazons, it will. But not all queens are chosen by blood. The mother before mine challenged the former queen to battle and won, thereby gaining the throne. That sounds easy enough. Challenging the throne is not a small task, nor one to take lightly. If you do not win, you die. And even if you win, your battle must be an honor, meaning more than just a fair battle. Your fight must be just and cause. You cannot challenge the queen simply because you want the title. The mother before mine wished to displace a queen who was seen as weak. The people rejoiced when she was slain. I see. That is my blood. She gave birth to my mother, and now Loren will replace me. Our bloodline will remain strong. Loren does not deserve to be replaced simply because of my weakness. May I ask a question? Yes, go on. You announced that you would give your crown to Loren very soon, and it was a decision I came to almost as soon as Loren rescued me. I only grow more sure of my decision as I saw Loren's maturity in battle. But you are still so young. Loren saved your life so that you would return to your throne. Loren should have never saved me. But she did, and now the Amazons have a weakling for a queen. It is my duty to keep their interests. The Amazons need Loren as their queen, not me. You are not weak. I've seen you fight, and you are very strong. My weakness lies within me, and that is the worst kind of all. Cheer up, ma'am. I'm sure the Amazons will understand. They won't. Maybe I can have a hand in explaining how great you are. Queens are killed as soon as they show any vulnerability. I won't give anyone the honor. Eleanor felt her stomach clench. Karen sighed and looked away. I am sorry. Oh my, Karen's a lot more moodier in this game, apparently. A lot more moodier. Loren was still quiet after her mother was found. Eleanor had anticipated that Loren would be happy, and that she might, against all odds, smile. Yet she was incredibly somber, almost as if the very sight of her mother depressed her. Eleanor approached her in hopes of comforting her. I have brought you food. Loren only barely raised her eyes to see the platter. I am not hungry. Are you regretting finding your mother? Loren now gave Eleanor her full attention. How dare you say that? Just making an observation here, but you are not relieved at all that you have found her. Instead, you are acting like she is dead. My mother. My mother is not dead because I saved her. I can see that. I'm speaking figuratively. You're acting like you're mourning instead of celebrating. You know, being all sad like. I am not sad. It is not your position to evaluate me. You do not know the relationship I have with my mother. This is perfectly normal. Our lives have returned to as they were before. Eleanor took in a deep breath, considering that the queen and princess's relationship might actually be as tortured as it was now. There was no way that she could truly know. You're right. I should not have said anything. Loren shifted uncomfortably and turned away, too eager for her to leave. Eleanor had opened up one of the most difficult dialogues. I have noticed that you and the Amazons remain neutral about most affairs. Yes, and I find it interesting. Even when it comes to dark magic, you have no strong thoughts on it. Dark magic does not threaten the Amazons, and we are not afraid of it. Whatever morals or religions that cast certain magics out are not my concern. And the war between the Empire and the Elves, that also does not concern the Amazons. What does concern the Amazon, Sen? Are you joking? Our own affairs. If something directly affects my people, then I will cast an eye towards it. So you don't think the world at war affects you at all? People war with each other all the time. We will sit through, like we always have, until they look at you funny and then you kill them. Not true. Some we make slaves. Eleanor gawked at her open callousness and then saw a twinge in the corner of her mouth. Loren smiled, shocking her senses. You think you are the only one capable of jokes? Wow. You're not very good at taking them either. No, wait. Start over. I'll laugh this time, I swear. Too late. Why are Amazon princesses not allowed to leave the citadel? For the very scenario that happened. If the queen is killed in battle, her kin can immediately take her place. Except my mother did not have such a noble demise. She simply disappeared, and they attempted to crown me. And you couldn't stand for it? Of course not. A strong Amazon can only die in one of two ways, by someone's blade or by their own. Eleanor's eyes went wide, though she had heard of a few ritual suicides in her lifetime. Neither of those sound fun. They are honorable. They embody absolutely everything that means to be born an Amazon. But how is killing yourself a strong thing? Isn't that just escaping life? No, it is conquering both pain and death. You should ask whatever deity you worship to be so lucky. Hey, come here for a second. Ramas beckoned Eleanor to his side, looking around, checking if the coast was clear. Can I ask ye something? Nothing personal, just wondering your opinion. Everybody just loves my opinions. I just wanted to ask what you thought of Dora. Dora? Why? Is something wrong with her? Wrong? Now why would you say that? That's what I'm asking you. No. I just wanted to know how you liked her. I think she's a fine person. A bit hyperactive at times, but she's a good archer. Yeah. She's a thief, though, ain't she? I think so, though she would never admit it. That's a rough life. I wonder what got her so low that she had to start stealing. And what if she got caught? Blast, that would be downright terrible. The thought of her wasting away in some prison cell makes my bones sad. Your bones have emotions. Are they ticklish? The funny bone is. What are you on about? It's a turn of phrase, you moron. Not where I'm from. Anyway, I wouldn't worry about Dora if I were you. Apparently she's pretty good at picking locks, though I've yet to see that. It don't matter to me. Just the thought makes me sick. Why? What? Why? Why not? I am just curious. You really do like her a lot. Does she feel the same about you? I don't know. Does she? I I don't know why she would like a guy like me. Do you think she does? Why don't you go ask her? What? Don't be daft. Go ask her. Right. Yeah, like it's that easy. So bright, this one. Brilliant. Just go ask. What are you mumbling? Ramas shied and adjusted his axe. What? I ain't saying nothing. Mm-hmm. You are a merchant. What do you sell? Things. What kind of things? You know, stuff. Stuff. Why didn't you say that in the first place? Stuff. All right. I used to trade basic goods, but dwarven meat was selling really good, so I started carrying around mostly meat. So I make a lot of trips selling meat, if you must know. You little drunkard. So a dwarf can enjoy a little drink now and then. What's the world coming to? How did you get so good with fighting with an axe? What kind of question is that? All dwarves get good at fighting with something. I got me an axe. But you're really skilled at it. How did you find time to become an expert if you were busy being a merchant? Oh, that's easy. Highwaymen. Riding around with a cart full of goods attracts a lot of fighting buddies. At the end of my routes, I'm twice as strong. You sure have really big muscles. Hey now, don't be looking at me with those eyes. I'm off limits, you hear? I'm sweet on someone else, so I just don't got room for you in my heart. That's all. Shame. I always wanted to try a dwarf. Are you a short... I mean, what? Yeah, go on now and stop bugging me. My axe is getting restless. Amukiki says nothing. Okay, so his is just says nothing. Okay, cool. If you can cast all elements, why is Firestarter your surname? Yeah, I gave that to myself. It's really not a family name. Why don't you use your real family name? I don't know it. And this conversation just got a lot more interesting. No, you still win in the whose life was the worst contest. No use in me even competing. You can tell me. I didn't have a family name because I didn't have a family. Yeah, it's that simple. Not at all. You were orphaned? I think so. I don't have any memories of them. I just remember growing up in the academy. What academy? The Lothark Wizard Academy. It's a stupid place, so let's not talk about it. All right. What about your given name, Draco? I gave that to myself too, kind of. So you had a name before you started calling yourself Draco? That name was stupid too. I don't want to talk about it either. Everything you don't like is stupid. Maybe. Maybe, yes. Dairy. What? My name was Dairy. Stupid. Don't start calling me that, okay? You have that look like you're going to start calling me that. Derriere, derriere. Okay. I wouldn't dare eat. What's this about you being a famous mage? Why haven't you heard of me? Slave. Hello? Right. That. Sorry. Anyway, I'm probably exaggerating it a bit as it is. I've been trying to make a name for myself, but I keep running into trouble. Trouble? Like what? Like not being able to actually being able to go into cities or keep a job. Why can't you go? Is this about your mixed heritage? I try to minimize that. I really do. Everything else, though, it's only my fault. So you've been fired from several jobs because you messed up, more or less. So what you're saying is that the only thing keeping you from being famous is how much everyone hates you. Does everyone hate me? Does Loren hate me? Do you? You're sort of a so bad it's good kind of deal with us. Don't sweat it. And your magic is really fucking powerful, so no, we don't hate you. You're very, very useful. I suppose I should be happy to hear that, but I'm not. Is that weird? Nothing's new. Another shooter. That new elf. He shoots a bow too. A crossbow, I believe. Yeah. It's still all about accuracy. Though I know bow is totally more difficult than his fancy machine. I wonder. He would probably disagree. Of course he would disagree. He thinks he's the best at everything. But I'll show him. I'm totally a better shot. Okay, I've got 10 gold on Ray. You would bet against me? Dude's an assassin. Nothing personal. Oh, it's personal, all right. I'll show you too. Dora stretched her bowstring with a devious smile. I've been meaning to ask why we found you in an Empire City, but not in a Dwarven one. Oh, well, because I like grimy grimoire. There's all kinds of cool stuff to see, do, and have. It's even got a coliseum. Did you know I saw gladiators fight a couple times? For free, of course. It's an amazing city to make a living in. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Were you born there? No. Where then? I was born in a dwarven settlement, but I moved out and went along to Grimoire and stayed put. It's just as that simple. Why did you leave your hometown? Hey, look, okay? I didn't get kicked out of my village or anything. I left. That's it. Uh-huh. Sure. I'm telling the truth. Whatever you say, Missy. Sheesh. It doesn't matter now, does it? I was where I was, now I'm here. I don't mean to be snappy. I don't. I just don't like talking about this, okay? All right. I'm sorry. Okay, is that all the party talk? I believe that's all the party talk. I believe that's all the party talk. Okay, so now the question is where do we go first? That is the question. I kind of want to go to Grand Tree first, see if we can get our second healer real quick back into the party. That would be really appreciated. The party was able to enter the forest and was escorted to the Elven Forest capital after showing them Mirth's glowing flower. The human party members wore heavy robes to disguise themselves, just in case. By the grand tree they sought for the elder druid. Mirth quickly appeared for them with a heavy look. I'm so glad you've come. I have unfortunate news. Let me guess. The elders. They will not listen to reason. I have exhausted all of my resources, all of my magic, and every ounce of persuasion in me, but they still refuse to believe that the humans did not start this war. They wish to see the human race extinct so badly. I hardly think that is a fair statement, given how the Empire has made several actual movements to cleanse the world of the elves. Calm yourselves. Do not forget that our goal is peace between your two races. I apologize. The truth of the matter is that the elders cannot believe that the demons would instigate the war. They believe they are not capable of such a plan, as the only time in history they were ever clever enough was under the rule of Faust. Ain't that what the archwizard kept yapping about? Faust has returned and is controlling them again? I've told them the theory that Faust has returned, but they refuse to believe that too. Why the blast not? Because of the manner that Faust was originally defeated. He is a possessed suit of armor, and when he was first defeated in the Old War, his armor was entombed and sealed permanently. Is it possible that the seals have failed? The seals were made by men. Only the gods have perfection in what they do. We need your people to end this war and make a treaty with the Empire. What will it take? The elders are not fools and will see reason in time. They are frightened at the moment, so I believe if we show them solid proof that Faust has risen again, then they will reconsider this war. All we have to do is prove that Faust is alive, without a doubt. But those old guys made sure that wouldn't ever happen, didn't they? That is why the elders cannot believe he has reincarnated. It is difficult for me to believe, too. Wasn't that old guy talking about how he defeated Faust back then? I'm pretty sure he said something like that in between all the blathering and accusing me of stuff. Yes, a Polynesio did say he brought down that demon once. He may know more about proving his existence. Let's go find him then. Did we get her back in the thing? Eleanor. Yes, mistress. A sword is missing from my collection. Were you cleaning them again? Fear shot through her. Did she misplace one of Loren's precious swords? It was impossible, as she swore to herself, to take the absolute best care of them. Eleanor opened her mouth, but no explanation rolled out. Find it. Yes, ma'am. Eleanor started to sweat. She had no idea where the sword could be. She began to check everywhere in the campsite, even places that she had not been. Inquiries to the other party members revealed nothing. Eleanor did remember, however, that she gathered stone by the lake, so she trekked to the water side. She was too busy scanning the ground to realize that someone was there. Karen was sitting on her knees near the shore. Eleanor almost addressed her, but she soon realized that there was a sword in Karen's lap. She was the one who had taken the missing sword. Karen was whispering words too soft to hear. She held up the sword delicately, like an ancient artifact. Eleanor was intrigued with whatever Amazon ritual this must have been, because she had never witnessed it before. And by this right, I am prepared to join you. Karen pointed the tip of the blade directly at her abdomen. Karen was going to. Eleanor leaped forward without thinking. She lunged for the sword before Karen could move another muscle. The elf's hand caught the blade, cutting her palm, but Karen resisted. No, no! The queen heaved as if she was crying. Eleanor tumbled with her in the loose dirt to separate the mighty Amazon from the sword. It proved more than difficult. Karen's mind was made up. Don't do this. Eleanor felt a heavy blow to her head, sending her flying backwards, but the weapon was still in her control. She shook off the dizziness and held the sword close. Karen darted towards her, but Eleanor knew that Amazon would gladly die in battle too. There was only one option. Eleanor launched the sword far into the lake. It landed. It disappeared. Karen looked like she'd almost run in after it, but instead she was shocked stiff. The shock wore off and she faced Eleanor in fury. How dare you? How dare you undermine your queen? I should have you killed for this treachery. Eleanor growled on the ground. The blood from the cut on her hand soiled the dirt. The pain meant nothing. Her queen's wrath hurt more than any flesh wound. Because deep down, Eleanor knew that she would gladly trade her life for the woman that gave her a home when she was a little elf, lost in the wilderness. You do not step between an Amazon and her last rites. You have disgraced me. The Great Mothers will never have me now. Do you realize this? Do you realize what you have robbed from me? Karen's voice faltered. She would not be able to speak much longer. Now I am stuck here. I'm stuck. Eleanor shook her head, too numb to say anything and too ashamed to even think about looking up. But she didn't need to do anything, because Karen was done with her. She staggered away from the lake, leaving Eleanor by herself. The weight of what had just happened would not lift from her for many moments further. Karen would have been dead by this time if she had not stopped her, and Loren had no idea. The pain inside of Karen was deeper than anyone realized, or maybe Eleanor could not begin to understand the customs of the Amazons. But she told herself it didn't matter. Even if that was a noble death, it was still a death, and she had no regrets about saving Karen's life. Eventually, she sat up and tended to her wound. She decided to accept whatever punishment Karen would have for her, even if it meant her life. Eleanor took in a shuddering breath and walked back into the camp. She had to inform Loren that her sword was permanently lost and face those consequences as well. Eleanor sulked in front of Loren, but she steeled herself. I have some good news and some bad news. You've lost my sword. Yes, ma'am. You fool. I trusted my weapons with you. How could I even let you near the Ember Blade after this? Or me? I cannot trust my life in your hands if you cannot keep a mere sword. Hush. Eleanor trembled from hearing the Queen's voice. This was it. This was judgment time. Karen stepped forward, and Loren was indeed silent. She is blameless. Relieve her now. Loren cocked her head in confusion, but could not question her mother. You are dismissed. The pit in her stomach was not relieved as she turned and left. Karen spoke some words to Loren, but it was incredibly brief. Eleanor tucked herself by the fire like an aimless fool, waiting for death. Eventually, Karen did walk over to her. Eleanor lowered her head as she got closer. I cannot forgive you, but I know why you did what you did. The fire crackled beside them. How is your hand? Eleanor lifted up her hand. Blood was already seeping through the cloth. She could not muster the will to heal herself with her own magic. Karen cradled Eleanor's hand as she inspected it. I meant only to hurt myself. That cut is my failing. Eleanor stood up abruptly, facing Karen boldly. Why? Why were you going to kill yourself? I am a weakling. That was the only path left for me. It is gone now. A weakling I will remain. I've seen some weaklings in my day, and you're definitely not one of them. I am the queen. I must be the ideal Amazon. I am the one who defines it. Then you can change that definition. Karen inhaled long and hard. Do not tell Loren what you witnessed. She left Eleanor by the fire with nothing else. No punishment or harsh words. It felt surreal, but almost sublime. Karen was still alive, and so was she. All the Queen needed was her self-worth again, so that Eleanor could share in her glory. Okay, so yeah, she is part of the party now. Very good. And it looks like she's at the end there, so we will have to get her some items. That probably should have saved some items for her. But I'm thinking of selling these potions of minor healing and just making sure I equip her. But yeah, she's definitely coming into the party. Yeah, very good. So she's part of the party now. Mirth hesitantly approached Eleanor, looking once over her shoulder. Yes, she exhaled in a sign of reluctance. I'm sorry, but I have a question to ask you. Oh, it is a very private question, so I hate to ask it. Well, well, okay, try me. I need to ask, what is your preference for lovers? What? Oh, I see. Eleanor laughed. Why do you ask? Are you keen on me? No, 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 no. I mean, no, no, not that you're not a lovely lady. It's just he, he, oh, he. It was clear that she would only do something so uncomfortable at the request of her own brother. It's okay. I will tell him myself. Your sister just had an interesting conversation with me. Did she now? I would know nothing about that. Lying doesn't suit you. All right. I asked Mirth to discover your nature. Why? How long have we been traveling together since I left Grantry? How can an elf woman such as you be that stubborn for so long? Are you doing this to simply torture me, or do you just not prefer men? Eleanor's jaw hung open from his accusations. Wow, you are definitely talking about what I think you're talking about. What exactly were you expecting from me? Do not play coy. We should have shared the same bed at least once by now. Okay, Nice to know what all that bragging has been about. You were just trying to get me into bed. Well, you and every other elf, mister. Take a number. She crossed her arms and stalked off. I bet if we chose disgusted, it would be relationship down or something like that. So it's not that we don't want to, that we're disgusted. We're just offended that he thinks we would be that easy. Pretty much. Yeah, that's cool. You are a druid. That's correct. I know that the druids are forest sprites, but since I was raised mostly in the citadel, I do not know as much about them as most elves. So, just what is the deal with you people? I'm not particularly sure how best to describe my nature. I am not truly a sprite like the nymphs, but I am also born different from humans and elves. I feel as if I'm the one with the forest, as if I am the forest, like I am her voice. But the term druid has been applied to anyone who studies and is capable of forest magic, and that is what my lineage is called. I know it's common to think of me as a magical creature born from a flower, but druids are similar to both humans and elves. I was born from my mother's womb, not a giant flower like a nymph. That was going to be my next question. Yes, many people ask about druid reproduction. You wouldn't be the first. Oh, good. So I'm not weird. No. So are you the queen of the elves or something? I'm sorry. What? Everyone looks up to you and calls you elder. The elves are governed by a group of elders, but the forest is governed by the elder druid. That is a bit confusing. I'm sorry. Since the elves inhabit the forest, we coexist. It has been this way since the forest was just a single sapling. There are other druids in the forest, but I am the elder because my mother was before me. Do you hold any power over the elves? I would not say that I do, but they do listen to me carefully when I speak of matters important to the forest. They do not take more than they need, and the forest abides them. It is very symbiotic. Do you really feel pain when the forest is disturbed? Yes. Oh, yes. Is it bad? It depends on how much the forest hurts. When something dies or is damaged out of bounds, the forest cries. Cutting down a whole tree will hurt more than cutting off a single branch. The worst pain, even worse than fire, is the feel of a demon in her midst. Demons carry with them a void of life. They slowly kill everything around them. Having such a creature in the forest is beyond torture. So is beyond pain, and that is why the Dark Elves were expelled. Yes, for the most part. Their actions have branded them exiles, but their blood kept them that way. But it's true that today's Dark Elves do not inflict as much pain as the demon itself. I cannot be sure, actually. Sometimes I am surprised when I am told that Dark Elves entered the forest. Other times I know immediately. I wonder if that has to do with the actions of the elves themselves. Or maybe it's just how far removed they are if they actually were demon fornicated, you know? Hmm, curious. I couldn't help but notice your lack of clothedness. Oh, this is very much a belief of mine, but the clothes that you and other cultures wear, I consider them very restrictive. Clothes are like cages and often made from an animal. I do not believe such things should pertain to me. But the vegetation that you wear instead, wasn't that at the cost of a plant's life? Mirth smiled and held out her hand. It is me. A vine began to sprout from her palm, shocking Eleanor. Plant Lady is actually a plant. Mirth giggled. That always surprises people. Oh, so you are technically naked. She is technically naked right now. That plant foliage is a part of her. She is technically naked right now. Okay, that's okay, okay. We should really focus on the task at hand. No, I'm too distracted by the fact that you're naked. Technically. Oh, we are now teamed with a druid. I have never met one of her kind before. She is very interesting and beautiful. Yes, that too. But can we trust her? I feel as if I can. She seems to be open and honest, and almost harmless. Yet, with her magic, she is definitely not. It's always the harmless looking people you should fear the most. True, we should not be deceived, so we should never let our guard down. I'm sure she's a lovely lady, though, but her perceived weakness is a fault. She should be stern and unforgiving, so that others will know she is strong. That's not exactly the ideal for everybody, just so you know. Loren swallowed, blinked, and then looked away. So it really doesn't bother you? I'm sorry. What? My ears? I don't even see your ears. I mean my lineage, silly. I'm not a complete elf. I'm still half Empire, the people that hate you. Nuh-uh. You're just Draco. If you don't hate me, I don't care where your half of you came from. I'll protect you. We elves have to stick together. Half of you, anyway. Right. Not gonna lie, though, I think aesthetic-wise, Dora is the sexiest of the group so far. That could just be me, but yeah. So far, anyways. Although she is a close second, because I do have a softness for redheads. Fire. Okay, and that's all the party. We should probably get some equipment for our new healer. Um, what happens if we try to go back to Grand Tree? Okay, we can do shops and tasks. Tasks, cleanse a nearby tomb of undead. Interesting. Battle against Shadowmen and clear it. I think literally this doesn't do anything. It just ups the fame, which makes the shops a little bit easier. Which I probably should do in order to make things cheaper, but for right now we'll focus on getting her some armor. And they don't really have armor, they mainly have jewelry. Interesting. Okay. So let's sell the minor healing potions. I'll focus mainly on getting her a chest and, well, actually pants don't matter because nobody has pants right now, right? So buy her a vest. She can't equip any of these helmets. I don't think a vest is good for, that's cloth armor. The only other one who can equip cloth is you. So something else you should notice is if we take out Dora, we can also unequip her items and sell them as needed. Since, yeah. Hopefully nobody will leave the party. Kind of banking on something that I probably shouldn't, but, okay. Double check on here that none of these are items that we need to switch out. I highly doubt it. Because she was down here underneath Draco. So the only one that might want to replace it is Ramos, right? If we're going in order. Ramus, however you say this brother's name. Give him the belt of the battle mage. And the chain boots, yeah. That's good. Okay. And then back up to... Yeah, okay. Now she can't actually equip that helmet or the shoulder or the arms because she's light armor. Okay, but we could still sell all this and have some more money to get her stuff if we need her to. Okay. So maybe the ruined mantle. Get her the ruined mantle so she has some cloth armor. Double check that's not better for you. No. A little bit better SP regen, but that'll be about it. So we'll get you the ruined mantle, which is kind of expensive, but that's okay. 3 rings of health. Not that 2 health regen is really that much. Bracers of Undeads. Poison resistance. Interesting. It's not better than what he's got. It'll give a little bit more magic and the poison resistance, which could be useful. A little bit more magic, but no. Okay, so... What about compared to Bracers of Inferno? -1, -1. So... The only difference between Bracers of Inferno and Bracers of Undead is what it's protecting against. Burning resist or poison resist. I see. And they're both probably, yeah, they're both the same cost. Okay. So we'll equip you with the Bracers of Undead. What about Handkerchief of the Woods? That's another 100. We don't have that much money. We could buy a Necklace of Speed, though. Nobody has any necklaces equipped, I don't think. Yeah, but Grand Tree looks like the place for all the necklaces and stuff. That's interesting. I don't know if I want to spend 50 on that Necklace of Speed, though. Oh yeah, we can sell the Arbalist. I forgot about that. Silly me. So yeah, we can probably buy her the Handkerchief of the Wood, which is probably a helmet, essentially. Yeah. It's not better than what he's got on now, but it's better than what she's got on, which is literally nothing. 3 defense, so Handkerchief of the Wood. Yeah, that's the helmet, because he's got the Raven's Bandana, which is so much better. Okay. 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 Probably can't buy crap with only 71 gold. Standard flail, I can't imagine that's better. Nope. So we'll leave the shop. Okay. So let's go to the Citadel. Probably nothing there. Okay, so let's go to Grimoire. Probably get our other Archmage in there, and then we'll start exploring. The party used their medallion to pass the new security post into the heavily guarded city of Grimoire. Even though they presented the medallion to the city guards, they had to detain the elves in the party before letting Loren and the others through. To their dismay, the elves were asked to wait with the guard until Loren's return. Do not be afraid, Eleanor. You will return to me shortly, or I will see to it that the city burns. The elf woman exhaled sharply from how possessive her mistress sounded before she left. The reassurance in Lauren's eyes, however, gave her some little comfort about the situation. I think it's really telling that the humans locked the elves up. The elves just let the humans in. I think that's really telling right there. Eleanor felt detached from her mistress almost immediately after she disappeared into Grimoire. In the beginning, she was just a slave. Now she felt like she was truly a player in this conflict. To be stuck in the outskirts of it all bothered her immensely. She stood with Draco and Ray inside a crude cell they were locked into by the guards. I'm getting used to captivity. It's not that hard after so many times. We're going to both be pros by the time this war is over. The Empire apparently ignores even an arch-wizard's pardon for us. That coin would have been worthless to a grieving family member seeking revenge on any elf they saw. Your mistress is keeping you here for your own safety. I am her second in command. I should be by her side. A heavy clunking sound came from the cell door by Ray. He stepped aside and pushed it open. Well then, go to her. How did you? He may not be a wizard, but this elf is magic. I'll say. Ray smirked with pride and opened the door for Eleanor like a gentleman. With Ray's guidance, they were able to easily sneak out of the crude dungeon and into Grimoire. They thought to check the wizard's tower first for a polemy show. When they got there, Draco and Eleanor were upset to see the entrance so heavily guarded. This didn't faze Ray, who quickly started scaling the stone walls. Never mind, he's just insane. Follow me if you want to get inside, or pout out here since you like doing that. Climb a wall and sneak inside like some robber? Well, no thanks, we'll just be pouting. Eleanor? Eleanor had already started getting a foothold into the stone and climbing after Ray. Draco puffed out his cheeks in defiance. If I weren't wearing a robe, I would climb up there and bonk you two on the head. You could just take the robe off. You won't get me naked so easily. Thank you for the lurk, Hershey. Hope you're having a fantastic existence. Ray and Eleanor climbed higher and slipped in through a window. Once inside, they took to the rafters and looked for Apolli Michaud's room. Eleanor struggled to keep up with Ray as he skillfully navigated in the dark and on narrow beams. Several times he had to stop and wait for her to catch up, but he did so with a hint of a smile, as if he were leaving her behind on purpose. Eleanor made sure to scold him for moving too quickly. He held a finger up to her lips to silence her, which insulted her, but then he pointed to the room below. There she saw Loren and the rest of the party, already speaking with Apolli Michaud. Not well, I'm afraid. As I expected, they refused to acknowledge that the elves may not have attacked first. I have had no luck with the forest elders either. Our two nations dearly wish to be at war, it seems. Do I need to speak to the council myself? The council is a lost cause. It is full of dying, greedy politicians who are only interested in their own personal glory, rather than the actual good of the nation. Do not forget that you are a councilman too. I was a council member as the Arch-Wizard. I am no longer. Why? What happened? I was discharged from the council not too long ago. I am lucky to not be shackled in a dungeon as well. Any implication that the council is mistaken is considered treason, however true. Well, I can't say that don't sound right from the Empire. They just toss you out on your bum if you so much as look at them funny. I've said it before, and I will say it again. Vigilance is the only way to survive in today's dark times. They've stripped me of my title to keep their ranks loyal. Unfortunately, they have made a grave mistake this time. They dishonor ya, and that's all you got to say. They were just being vigilant. So how do we get the Empire on our side, if not through the Council? We must appeal to the army generals themselves. There are two major figures in the Empire's military that, if swayed to our cause, could easily unite all the soldiers under our banner as well. Who are they? Where will we find them? General Ashtran and General Samael are who we should seek. Sir Ashtran is the lower-ranking general, so we should approach him first. Fine. Where is he now? That is difficult to say. Since I am no longer a man of power here in Grimoire, I do not have access to that information. I can say that Lord Ashtran and I fought Voss together in the Old War. He was very young, but there was one thing that was clear about him. It was that he fought that he was full of ideals. He was a passionate man who believed deeply in justice and fought for what is right. Without him, we might not have defeated the demons. I know that if we show him that the elves are not his enemy, he will not lead a war against them. This is a fact. Show him the elves are not his enemy. How would we do that? The problem is the elves consider the Empire their enemy as it stands, so it cannot be a simple thing to prove if both sides are still battling each other. Ray muttered to himself in disgust. Eleanor saw how involved he was in the discussion. Therein lies the dilemma. We have to think of something. We have no more time to waste. While I have your attention, Arch-Wizard, we need to speak to you about another matter concerning the war. We know you fought the demon Faust in the old war, so you are the most knowledgeable source on him that we know. What do you wish to know? The elves need proof that Faust is alive before they will end the war. How would we do that? Faust is comprised of an unrivaled suit of armor. What you may not know is that the armor requires all the pieces to be together to summon Faust's spirit. Reassembling the armor would revive Faust. That's a scary thought. You must know, however, that his armor is indestructible. The only way to keep him from being reanimated is to keep the pieces of his suit far away from each other. That is all the security this world has been afforded, just keeping the parts separate. It is no great wonder that he happens to walk again. Mind you, we used everything in our power to make sure that the pieces were sealed away permanently. A Polymisha was silent for a long moment, unable to admit that his magic might have failed. Faust is a greater demon than we could have imagined. He is capable of tricking all of us, it seems. I do not know how else to bring him down, but at least our previous method worked for some time. You must admit that the world has been free of Faust's existence for a while, thanks to the Arch-Wizard. Thanks for the lurk on V-Stream as well, Hershey. We cannot deny the service that Polymisha and his team have given us, and they are due quite a bit of respect. But the matter now is how we prove to the forest elders that he is alive again. That is an idea. We can go to one of the tombs where a piece of his armor is kept and see if it is missing. Are the elders going to come with us all the way there? That's not necessary. Eleanor looked over at Ray in terror from shouting what he just said. In the next moment, he leapt from the rafters and landed like a cat in the middle of the room below. She clutched the nearby pillar involuntarily. Mirth can just use her power of farsight to share her eyes with the elders. How did you get in here? Trade secret. Sorry. Mirth? Yes, I do have the ability to let them see what I see. This is the best idea we have at the moment, so I think we should go through with it. Very well. If this is the only way to convince your elven leaders to stop this war, then we will rely on our Polymisha to show us where Faust's armor should be. In interest of stopping the bloodshed, I will not object. The pieces of Faust were entombed in the mountains, so we will need to find one of them. I'm sorry, Arch-Wizard, but I can tell you right now that just one tomb will not be enough to convince the elders otherwise. A Polymisha narrowed his eyes and gripped his staff tighter. If we must, we will travel to as many tombs as necessary. I pray your elves regain their senses quickly, as there are more important matters. I will work only as their vessel. It is not up to me to decide, so you need not look at me that way. Let's find these tombs before this war destroys us all. The party filed out of the room, even Ray. Eleanor looked for a way down from the rafters, and then tried to dangle down to lessen the drop. A voice startled her, however. Would you like me to catch you? Queen Kakarin? It looks like a long fall otherwise. No. Eleanor would not dare impose on the queen for her own incompetence, but her grip slipped and she gasped as she fell from the ceiling and straight towards the floor. The fall did not hurt much. In fact, it felt warm and secure. She was caught by Karen. You're very light, even for an elf. Eleanor shivered under Karen's touch and unyielding eyes. Her strong Amazon arms wrapped around the elf's slender body as she was tucked tightly against her chest. I'm so sorry, Mommy, sorry, Mommy, sorry. She was so embarrassed, Eleanor had to twist from Karen's arms to ground herself. I needed to be a part of this. I didn't mean to. The noble Amazon softly smirked at Eleanor's bumbling apology. I understand. She turned and left without anything more. Eleanor finally regained her senses and hurried after her to rejoin Loren. Okay, so that happened. Okay.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
Okay, so that's got those cities pretty much explored until I get more money. So the question is, what's Lothark? Lothark and Horus are cities too, right? General Samael. Oh, so this is where Samael is. This is the tent of General Samael. However, we will never get to speak with him without authorization. We must get General Ashtran's help before seeking out Samael's. Okay, so we can't do this yet. And they've got reputation, fame things too. Okay, so that's for Samael's. We can't do that yet, but cool. Okay, so Ashtran is in Horus. The first person they had to convince was General Ashtran. Without him, approaching General Samael would be impossible, so the party found him in his battle tent on the outskirts of the war. Hold. Who are you people? This is a war zone. Greetings, General. I am Princess Loren of the Amazons, and this is Sir Apollymesho. Polimo? The old wizard cracked a genuine smile, followed shortly by the battle-worn general. It really is you. How have you been, my friend? I've seen better days, but I fear I will see worse ones before they better again. Why? What troubles you? This war? The general shook his attention from Apollymesho and looked at the rest of the party members in depth. What company you travel with, I might say. I have come because there is an extremely dire matter we must discuss. You may ask of me anything, friend. I need you to end this war. There was a long silence as Ashtran's welcoming face turned as cold as ice. You ask too much. You're fighting the wrong enemy. Listen to him. Are you? Are you on the side of the elves, Polimo? The rumors of you being expelled from the council are true. Calm yourself. You know better than anyone that we are like-minded. I would not ask this if the world didn't depend on it. What is this talk of the elves not being our enemy? They slaughtered us, and will continue to do so if we don't put an end to them. Eleanor shivered from the conviction behind his words. You disgust me. It is people like you whom I wake in fear of every dawn. Is that the druid Mirth? I am here in peace, General. Ashtran stopped reaching for his sword and glowered at her. You sent her to prove that elves are not my enemy. She will speak only lies. And who is it that you believe speaks only the truth? Ashtran shot a look at the druid, but his quivering lip revealed he was not as convicted as he first believed. Funny coming from a man doing a lot of slaughtering himself. I cannot believe you've betrayed the Empire. It's not betrayal, Ash. The demons are behind this war, and I have proof. There is no honor in what you are doing. Ashtran hesitated as if honor was very important to him. The elves killed my son. You must understand. A Polynesio sighed and leaned into his staff. The boiling anger in the party simmered in the light of the general's grief. You're seeking to kill all elves for the act of one. They are the same, all of them. What? Eleanor caught herself from shouting and bit her tongue. They were here to make peace. How can I prove to you otherwise if you've already set in your beliefs? Ashtran said nothing and turned his back on the party. The guards almost pushed them all out of the tent and away from the encampment. They would have to find some way to convince Astran that not all elves were like the ones who murdered his son. The party found General Astran in his battle tent once again. He eyed the party painfully as if he couldn't stand the sight of them. Why have you returned? Funny coming from a man doing a lot of slaughtering himself. I cannot believe you betrayed the Empire. Okay, so that's the same. It just repeats that. Okay. So we've got to find some way to convince Astran that the elves are cool. I wouldn't be surprised if we have to convince the elves to stop the war first before we can convince him. So that's probably what we have to do. I see Crypt 3, 4, and 2, but I don't see... Oh, okay, so Crypt 1 is just Crypt 1. Where's Crypt 2? Okay, Crypt 1, Crypt 2, Crypt 3, Crypt 4, Crypt 5. Okay. Part of me kind of wants to go up to Castle Lamar because I think that's extra area, but I'm not sure. The abandoned castle by the sea was the only thing of interest in the lands of Namar. So, there is where the suspicious activity was coming from. Let Brisa deal with this. She is an excellent scout and she'll take care of this for us. If the vampires have risen again, we should raid the castle immediately. But we will not do so unprepared or at the expense of our other tasks when we do not know there is a threat at all. Let's go and okay, so we can't do this yet. That's just not something we can do right now. Okay. So what are our options then? We've got the Truth Temple. I think the Truth Temple is just that one thingy. No, we can recruit that one guy. We're going to, okay. The party hiked up the great Mount Monos once again in search of the monks they had encountered before. When they reached the top, they found a glorious temple covered in snow. That must be the Temple of Truth. Thank the moon, a place that looks warm. I've got icicles just about everywhere on me, and I mean everywhere. At the temple doors, a couple of monks ushered the group inside and asked them to wait. Loren and Eleanor were just happy to be warm again. Around the corner came a familiar face with an all too familiar grin. If it isn't my dearest friends come to distract me. This is important business, master. We wouldn't have come otherwise. Color me intrigued. I'll bite. The world is at war. We have agreed that the disciples of truth should be called on to help. Salzer became very serious at the news. So, the time has come. He looked to the monks standing beside him. Tell the disciples to gather in the training hall. I will address them personally. So, you'll help? The monks will fight for us? No, sorry. What? But, well, I am sure every last one of us wishes nothing more than to go down the mountain and deliver justice and truth. But we have our hands tied with other problems. We may be best suited to dealing with those to spare them from the whole world. Problems? Such as what? What are the monks tasked with taking care of? The undead, of course. Necromancers, vampires, skeletons, zombies. The mountain is a playground for them. It's only because we're here that they haven't overrun the place and attacked nearby cities. I was unaware. That is an important cause. Yes, but the demons are a greater threat than that. The whole world might perish. Demons. Has a demon general risen again? Unfortunately, yes. Faust is leading the demon army against the free people. The world may very well burn if we do not unite. Salzer frowned and crossed his arms tightly in contemplation. It is a shame, but all of us have taken a vow that we cannot break. We are bound to the mountains until the rising dead have been cleansed. Why are you letting things you only said keep you from doing what's right? Vows are not just words. They must be respected or you lose yourself. Then all we have to do is just get rid of all the undead, and you can leave the mountain. It's not that simple. You are really trying my patience. Perhaps I can teach you how to properly meditate, princess. Why are things not so simple? The undead will not stay dead. Exactly. So you can't help us at all. I can spare myself, but no one more. You mean you'll come fight by yourself? That should be more than enough. I am the strongest fighter here, after all. But what of your vow? If you help me empty the Tomb of Twilight, then I will feel I have earned the privilege of leaving the mountain for a while. Oh, so we do have personal quest. Okay, interesting. Agreed. Done. We're heading for your tomb immediately. Maybe you should spend the night and learn how to find inner peace first. I think it will do you a lot of good. Salzer smirked and walked away with leisure. Loren knew he wasn't going to leave for the tomb as quickly as she would have hoped. Yes, try the meditation, for all our sakes. Loren glared at Eleanor, and she turned sheepish. She was a woman that knew what she wanted, and did not want to wait for it. Okay, so we can't go yet, but we can challenge Salazar, I guess. Okay, so, no, that's the crypt. That's like the crypt, like, okay, here's the Tomb of Twilight. Okay, so, cool. I kind of want to see what happens if we go to the Chuzulu ruins. An ancient civilization once stood here, but is now overgrown with vegetation and lizardmen. Without their king, the lizardmen were in complete chaos, but precious items can still be found inside the ruins. Tomb raiders and ruthless merchants are scouting the area. I want to scout the area. We already recovered the most precious items from these ruins. I might be willing to sell them to you. Not cheap, though. Okay. Ooh, very much not cheap. 956, 845. So what is this, just the end game super expensive stuff or something? Why can't we just loot the temple ourselves? Okay, that's literally not an option. There's just a guy here that's selling stuff from the ruins. Okay. The swamps are full of dangerous animals and lizardmen, but precious gems can also be found. You can do some hunting in the swamps. If you move in a big group, you have less chance of finding anything, but it will be safer. If you hunt in smaller groups, your chances will increase, but encounters will be harder. Okay, so this could be a way to kind of... So we can hunt in a party of 6, 4, or 3. Okay, interesting. And they are also in a group of 3. Okay.
I hope this is slightly uncomfortable.
Got you easy.
What did you think of those fireworks?
Okay, that was not that hard. We got a standard short sword too. So we can just keep going here, I guess. Okie dokie, and we got a random encounter.
I hope this is slightly uncomfortable.
Almost kill everybody with our mighty fire magic.
Got you easy.
Definitely very cool.
Let's move on.
That was not that hard. And we got a standard short sword and some quartz. Wait, what? Okay, so we can only hunt in the swamps every now and then. So we have to like go somewhere else first and then come back or something, I guess. That seems somewhat annoying, but okay. We will definitely have to make sure to keep coming back here as we can. I don't think these standard short swords are going to be any good. They're probably only worth selling. Probably. Probably. Yeah, okay. Oh, where did she go? Okay, she's all the way up here. Kind of wish we could reorganize this, but we probably can't, can we? I need to get her a staff too, actually, now that I think about it. Why were you exiled from the council? You know very well why. I spoke truths that the council did not want to hear. It's as it sounds, unfortunately. But what does that mean? Do you lose your title of Archwizard? The Wizards Guild is still in deliberation on that matter. For once I am glad that politics are quite slow. You may tell your princess that she doesn't need to worry about my ejection from the council. It should in no way hinder how I will be of service to her. Why are you so against Chambara's help? Her only way of helping us is to make us instruments of her dark magic. I will allow no such thing. Why is dark magic bad? It is evil. It is the forbidden art of the dead, which is the magic that the Death Knights enabled when they reigned. The gods saw those beings as evil, worth destroying, and so must we all. Anyone who practices this magic is a traitor to the gods themselves. That's a bit much, don't you think? Comparing Chambara to a Death Knight? I think it is an apt comparison. But why? Both Chambara and the demons are selfish creatures, using dark magic at the expense of others to serve only themselves. She wasn't hurting anyone in the forest by herself. She just wanted to live in peace. She's an outlaw, a wanted woman. She's running from her punishment. I'm sure all criminals would prefer their crimes be ignored, to live in peace. But that is not the way the world works. Eleanor gave up on the conversation. What is your relationship with Amu Kiki? It is not a close one. He is well known among most people of the Empire. However, he and I had brokered a deal regarding the Ember Blade. However, as you may realize now, the arrangement has not gone according to plan. He is not the sword bearer. I was not expecting him to continue his allegiance to the sword after it rejected him. That is his own doing. His combat record is unmatched, so he is a valuable ally, and the princess should be flattered to receive such an oath. Eleanor chewed her lip, seeming to be the only person who wished Amukiki had stayed in Grimoire. You mentioned the old war. Allow me a guess. You do not know of it. No, sir. It was a military campaign, similar to the one we are forging now. When I was a younger man, there was not as much tension between the Empire and the elves as there is now. We were able to come together more easily, which is why I'm sure Faust is trying to keep us at war with each other. It's in his interest that we be divided. I was not the arch-wizard at the time, nor was I one of the few that battled. We lost many wizards in the old war. Was it a tough battle? I cannot begin to describe its difficulty, or the cost that had to be paid to win it. You're not helping my morale here. We know more about warfare now, and most importantly, we know a lot more about Faust. In the old war, Faust was a much stronger foe, so he is making up for his lack of power with allies. We must crush all that support him. That is our best chance. And Ashtran? You said you knew him from the war. He was a spirited lad, a young recruit who signed up for the war as soon as he was old enough. Friendship was about the only thing that got us through the war. It kept us in our minds and gave us hope for the future. It doesn't seem like you stayed in contact with them. I know. Times changed. We were moved to different parts of the world. Events occurred. Sometimes that is how it must be. It doesn't have to. Perhaps not. You are knowledgeable about the old age. Yes. Could you tell me more about it? I could. Will you? The old wizard sighed. Very well. Where should I start? The old age is the era when our world was ruled by the Death Knights. It was a world of anarchy, lawlessness, and general chaos. It was also the world of the dead. Immortal and undead creatures roamed freely. Creatures of life, such as ourselves, were killed, or more accurately, converted. How did that happen? Was there a different world before the old age? The gods did create a world much like the one we see today, but with barbaric cultures that only barely resemble our own. Some say that a god of the realm of Inferno decided to wage war against the gods of Elysium. I do not believe this. Knowing what I do about the realms of our existence, I believe there was a fault in the realms of the dead that allowed them to escape into ours. Because the civilizations were primitive in that time, they stood no chance against such dark magic. And that is why the gods created the ancient weapons, one of which Princess Loren currently possesses. Does the world stand a chance of becoming overrun with Death Knights again? If we ignore the threat in Everburn, most definitely. It only took time for the world to be consumed by death, and we are giving Everburn plenty of it. Speaking of which, we should waste no more time speaking of history. You were in an Empire jail cell again, weren't you? Yes. Why? What kind of locks did it have? I didn't check. Was it like there was a hole and a sticky thing went through the hole and I don't know. Too much jargon. All I know is Ray was able to easily unlock it. What? How? How could an elf know how to open up my town's locks? Calm down, Dora. I'm supposed to be the best. You probably got put in an easy cell. Why don't you go ask him? I will. Here I go. What did Ray say about the jail lock? That was the incredibly easy kind. Duh. I'm telling the truth. Did Ray also say he was a stupid head? Because that sounds like something he would say. Boo on you. Eleanor laughed even though she knew she shouldn't. Where were you when I went back to the jail to collect you after speaking with the Polemy show? A nifty elf broke me out. I had to join your side. I wasn't going to just wait in a cell after you make me your second in command. Yes, it was unfortunate. If speaking with a Polemy show wasn't time sensitive, I would have fought harder to keep you out of jail. I wish you would have. Loren leaned back a little from her forwardness. Then I apologize. It won't happen a second time. Eleanor was pleasantly surprised in such a genuine apology. The sting from being abandoned quickly faded. But that doesn't answer my question. Where were you? Right above you. I was in the rafters. You were? Why didn't you jump down? Eleanor couldn't respond and instead just blushed. Loren got the picture. We have great tasks ahead of us, convincing the Council of the Empire and the Elders of the Forest as well. Loren sighed with exasperation. Why can't this be simple? In the Citadel, everything is simple. Everything. You are strong or you are weak. You either know or you don't. You are worthy of honor or you're worthy of death. You're either a princess or a slave. Perhaps it is not so simple. So, Eleanor, which task do you think we should finish first? The Empires. Eleanor ground her teeth from hearing Emukiki answer for her. And when did you change your name to Eleanor? We should definitely do the other first. I'm just curious, if I say the Empire first, Emukiki says elves. Interesting. So Amukiki purposely says the opposite of what I was about to say. The elves' tasks. The Empire may benefit from knowing proof of Foss's return. Eleanor ground her teeth. We should definitely do the other first. That would be unwise. I've heard enough. We leave now. Loren briskly left them. Eleanor took in a deep breath and glared at the gladiator before following her. I don't think there's anything particularly special there that we get for either one, I guess. Okay. I think that's all the camp stories right now. Oh, you and me, Buster. Fist fight right now. Well, hello to you too. You left me up in the rafters. What? Didn't you jump down? More like fell. That's besides the point. You didn't even look back to see if I could. Sorry, I sometimes forget people are as skilled as me. Can you forgive me? That was a really awful apology. Fine, fine. I'm sorry. There you go. All better. Eleanor scowled at him. Was it my turn to patrol tonight, or was it yours? It was my turn? I see. My mistake. Ray turned to leave, satisfied in their small conversation. It prickled Eleanor for him to act so normally around her all of a sudden, especially after their dispute. Has our little Ray finally grown all up? You're not going to even attempt to make me roll my eyes with an impossible story tonight. I see. You think I am enamored with you. No, no. I have given up on you, as you wanted. It is really not in my interest to keep hunting an unwilling prey. Eleanor's mouth twisted from being referred to as prey. Yes, well, it's for the best. I'll say, all this time I've been blind to the true beauty in this camp. True beauty? Who? Ray took a step to the side to reveal Loren warming her hands by the campfire. A majestic woman, and dangerous, just how I liked them. Eleanor felt a shooting sensation in her stomach, and then a sudden fear for Ray's life. Are you honestly suggesting what I think you are? Why, don't you agree that Loren is the only worthy lover for me? She is an Amazon. So, do do you doubt I can seduce her? I don't think Loren is your type. How naive. He winked and headed straight for the fire, straight for Loren. Eleanor slapped her forehead with her hand. Idiot. Sure enough, Ray directly approached Loren and started speaking with her. Eleanor was too fearful to go anywhere near the impending carnage. She could only watch Ray smirk and present himself to Loren, who didn't look at him until far into his rambling. But when she did look at him, her eyes were ablaze as if she was prepared to battle. A swift kick of her boot knocked the unshakable Ray to the ground. It was clear that his seduction was over, and it failed utterly. It seemed like Ray had to bargain for his own life, and Mirth appeared by his side to help Loren calm down and put away her sword. Eventually she did, but it was clear that it took a lot of effort on her part. Ray was probably too embarrassed to mention this incident with Eleanor after that, but she was comfortable in the knowledge that she was right. Eleanor wanted to stop him, but by the time she regained control of her senses, Ray was already at the campfire catching Loren's attention. All she could do was watch in horror as Ray straightened his clothing and presented himself to her. It is a lovely night, don't you agree? But Loren was thankfully unreceptive to him, as she was to most men. She said nothing, but Ray was not convinced. He took a step closer to her. The starlight has fallen particularly well, yet you are inarguably the most radiant thing this night. When Loren still did not even turn her head to acknowledge him, he glanced over at Eleanor. She inhaled from the sudden eye contact. Your arm is battle-worn. He, he broke his look from Eleanor and took Loren's arm in his hands. Does it hurt you now? Loren snapped her head to finally look at him. He ran his fingers down her arm gently. Her eyes flared wide and she yanked her arm back. Mind to yourself. But I cannot help but to keep you in my mind. What was that? Loren took a step towards him, and he instinctively stepped backwards out of her lumbering shadow. Eleanor looked up. I cannot help but be smitten. Another step from Loren was met with another retreat from Ray. He knew he was losing ground fast. With you're lovely. Loren's hand was on her sword now, prepared to draw blood. The poor elf threw up his hands, but still struggled to finish his line. You're a lovely woman, and I never meant harm with. Where I come from, men have been castrated for much less. And then Ray lost his voice completely, but Loren did not let go of her weapon. Eleanor dashed forwards and stood between them, her arms spread defensively. This is my fault. He's being really stupid right now, but I'm sure he won't ever do it again, unless she has a death wish. I think he's learned his lesson. Loren glared at Ray as hard as she could, and slowly unfurled her hand from her sword. She met eyes with Eleanor and pursed her lips. After that, she turned on her heel and left them. It was clear that it took much effort on Loren's part to not punish Ray according to her culture's standards. Eleanor only hoped Ray saw that and learned not to mess with fire ever again. Ray let out a long breath of relief. She's rather frigid, isn't she? Eleanor spun around. That's all you have to say? She wasn't bluffing. I've lived with the Amazons. They are not forgiving when it comes to unwanted advances. You could have at least mentioned that before. I think I'm about to pick up where Loren left off. Where's my sword? Ray's cheeks gained some color and he could not keep eye contact with her. He was embarrassed. Eleanor let his flippancy slide this time. Anyway, I hope you give up on her now, for your own sake. My own sake. Is that a hint of jealousy I hear in your voice? Just because I don't want to sleep with you doesn't mean I want to see you get hurt. Ray was silent for a moment, but managed to reclaim his light-hearted demeanor. Friends, are we? Eleanor had wanted such from the beginning, but his incessant flirting made it difficult for her to enjoy his company. Yes, I think that can be arranged. He laughed. Good. I'm happy, truly. It will be interesting having a woman friend for once. Really? Are you saying you never had a female friend before? If you don't count Mirth. Wow. I'm sorry. Ray didn't reply, having never once considered not having a woman as anything other than a lover as a bad thing. It's okay. So that's all the camp talk. Wasn't expecting all that, but okay. I think that's all the camp talk now. You were deliberately undermining me. Amukiki went rigid in defensiveness but said nothing. Can't deny it, can you? You are overreacting. I have done nothing but try to serve the princess. You put her in danger. No, I saved her from it. You were wrong and you should admit it. No, I was not. It didn't matter what I said, you just wanted to be disagreeable. That is meaningless. You are blind. Blind. You are already set in what you want to believe. You have not appreciated my presence from the beginning. That much is clear. Good. I didn't know if that was getting across well enough. Amukiki's eyes glanced down and saw that Eleanor had her hand on her weapon. What now? We fight? Eleanor ripped out her weapon and charged at Amukiki, who was fully prepared.
Oh, did we just fight a battle? I didn't notice.
With a loud grunt, the gladiator swung his sword through the air, knocking over camp equipment. Eleanor kicked, forcing him to jump back. Eleanor and Amukiki were suddenly drenched in ice-cold water. They froze and dropped their weapons. Karen dropped the bucket from her hands. Children, you are waking the whole camp. You guys are in so much trouble. Everyone glared at Draco. He jumped and waved a goodbye before disappearing into his tent. The rest of the group were also standing around with disapproving looks. I apologize. We were just... Hush. Karen looked at them both ambivalently before turning on her heel and retiring to her tent. Eleanor sighed and surveyed the damage to the camp. It was a mess thanks to them. She cautiously looked over at the gladiator, who was also daring to spy on her. His hair was slick with water, as was Eleanor's, but his eyes were still as sharp as ever, cutting right into her. A droplet fell from his nose. Eleanor turned away. They started to pick up items and replace them quietly. Eleanor found a rag and was about to press it to her face. Just before the rag touched her skin, she looked over at Amukiki. Here. She tossed the heavy rag at the gladiator, who turned in time to catch it. Amukiki was puzzled at first and then took a deep breath. He dried his face and hair in silence. They spent a short while getting everything back in order. Eventually, Amukiki walked up to Eleanor and handed her the rag back. Eleanor hesitated only a moment before reaching up to take it. You are strong. Both of their hands were holding the cloth as Eleanor looked up at him from the sudden compliment. She blinked. I'm not saying it back, if that's what you were expecting. Amukiki huffed. His smirk was more of a shock to Eleanor's senses than the cold water. Okay, that's the chat. That's the chat. We probably can't go to the Unforgiving Swamps again. Okay, so we can. Interesting. I don't know what the count for that is, but at least we can. What? We are in 3 people. How could we not hunt? We only had 3 people, man. Loren and Eleanor led the party through the murky waters of the Unforgiving Swamps. Why did we come back here again? My nose is about to fall off from the blasted stench. For the last time, dwarf, to seek out the shapeshifter. A wet dwarf isn't exactly perfume either. They wound up in front of Chambara's hut for the second time. Just like before, it showed no signs of being lived in. I'll go first. Eleanor knocked on the door, but no one answered. Eventually, she pushed it open. The inside was just as luxurious as when they had last found it, but Chambara was nowhere in sight. Where is she? Has she shapeshifted again? Chambara, we are friends. We just came to talk. Everyone was silent as they eyed every insect, chair, and candlestick for any signs of the witch, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Witch, are you here? Let's tickle all the furniture and see if it laughs. There was still no response from anything. She is not here. We have wasted our time, and we should abandon her completely. No witch should be among our ranks. The continuing silence proved that indeed the house was empty. The party had no other way of contacting her. This was a waste of time. Let's go. The party piled out of the house and back into the muggy swamp. Hold on. There are 2 sets of footprints going off in that direction. Ray pointed out the tracks on the ground where the party had not walked. But who is the second person? Loren pulled out her sword and followed the footsteps. Let's find out. As they hunted for signs of Chambara, they picked up the scent of a campfire and followed it deep into the marsh. After some time, they finally found a campsite ahead in the trees. They could even hear a voice. Now, be nice, sugar. There was a man clad in unusual clothing and an enormous sword slung across his back. They crept as close as silently as they could. He appeared to be tending to a pet snake in a cage, but the snake was hissing at him. You're going to have to do better than that to scare me. The snake morphed into a giant scorpion. They instantly knew that was Chambara and that this man had captured her. You've already done that one. Use your imagination. The visage of Chambara finally appeared. She pounced onto the cage's bars in anger. When I get out, I'm going to scratch that smile off your face. By then, Loren was directly behind the man with her sword nearing his neck. Let her go. He turned around lazily and looked Loren up and down, and then adjusted his hat. Lose your way, gorgeous. Loren made an inhuman sound. Eleanor quickly stepped up to her side. Bad boy, down. I can get out of here on my own. Go away, please. She does not want our help. We would be going against her wishes if we freed her. Quiet, shapeshifter. You will accept our help and like it. No, this wily thing is mine. I captured her fair and square. She wasn't hurting no one. Let her go. Her types are a crime against nature. I'm just doing everyone a favor, so why don't you just turn around and head on home? Everyone spread out and surrounded the witch hunter. After a brief staring contest, he realized that he was considerably outnumbered. So that's how it's going to be. Just my luck. He looked back at the cage and winked at Chambara. Don't worry, honey. We'll meet again. Chambara heaved to emphasize how disgusted she was, but the man took no notice and found his way quickly out of the campsite. He disappeared into the dark of the swamps. They moved to free Chambara from her cage, but before they could reach it, she slipped out from the cage by herself. Loren and Eleanor blinked in surprise. Why were you in that cage if you could have escaped any time you wanted? I told you guys to leave me alone. I had it under control. It didn't look like everything was going according to plan on our side. Letting people think they have power over you when they don't is the best trick in the book. Keeps them from finding out your real weakness. It's over now. Who was that man and why did he have you locked up? You're joking, right? He was obviously a witch hunter and a particularly revolting one at that. This one's been after me for years. So boring. Raven is his name. Forget him. Why are you here? I want my swamps back. Go away. Okay, Shrek. Chambara started walking back away towards her house. Come back here. We need to speak to you. She didn't stop or even slow, so Loren was forced to run after her and talk while walking. Please, I would like you to fight in my army. Nah. Loren gritted her teeth, unsure how to deal with such a response. People rarely refused her much. We saved your life. Excuse me? You saved my what? The world is at war and we need you to fight. Why do I care? It will be awfully crowded in the swamp once the demons take over the world. I bet they make really loud honking noises all night long. You think you have me figured out, do you? Don't forget your precious empire and elves would burn me at the stake just as soon as any witch hunter. You cast magic commonly associated with demons. It would be difficult to convince the empire you are not evil. Yes. But she is not evil. She helped me find my mother. No, they're right. I'm evil. It does not matter what you are. You will be dead if you do not fight. Fight with us, and we will protect you. Chambara sighed and crossed her arms. You guys are as annoying as that hunter. And you can bet we'll come back often to remind you. She groaned and threw her hands up. If I have to choose between being hog-tied by that filthy lout or nagged to death by you guys, I'll just have to choose the lesser evil. Good. Under one condition. Okay, what is it? You have to get rid of Raven for me. He knows where my home is, and no witch hunters get to know that and just walk away. You know, like you completely let him do. We should be able to do that, mistress. Yes, we agree. Yippee. Chambara begrudgingly joined the group as they left the swamps. Loren promised that she would be protected from anyone who sought to hurt her, even allies. Her magic would prove too useful and her knowledge too vital, as the best way to fight an enemy is to know all about them. Oops. Okay, I kinda don't like how... Okay, I don't like that. So what, I essentially have to redo the party every time or something? Watch me still be able to win. That would be hilarious, wouldn't it? Why are there no autos? Hold up, what? Why are there no autosaves? Where did my autosaves go? The hell? This is some bullshit. Which one was the most recent? This one. That is some bullshit. I do not like how that did it. I don't like how the party is. How do I change the party? That's some bullshit. How do I change? Okay, there are some aspects about this game that are some absolute bullshit, apparently. Okay, so this was immediately after the druid. Okay. Yeah, there are some aspects about this game that are absolute shit. I don't remember what party we've got right now. Okay, Grimoire? Okay, so going to Grimoire didn't reset out. I generally don't understand how some of this stuff works. Okay, so that didn't reset either. I don't like the fact that it essentially forced us into why did the surprise fights not give us a chance to? I don't know. Bitch, stop shield bashing me, you praying ass. God damn it.
I feel like I'm gonna
Thank you.
bath after that.
Okay. So we've got to reset our party somehow before we try to get to another fight, because apparently, yeah. But I don't see any way to change the party from here. That is kind of uncool. That's really uncool. And we didn't spot anything to hunt, even though we hid in the smallest group. Okay. I don't know what's causing that to get reset. I genuinely don't know what causes that to get reset. Apparently just that does not. So I don't know if there's a set, like, every certain amount of time, or what. Chambar's hut. Okay, so now we've got that. Do we go back to Chambar's hut to try to fight Raven, or is there somewhere else we have to go? Okay, so we can go to here to reset it. I don't like how that does that. I really just do not. Who else were we going to have on the back row? Right, you. Wait, you. Yeah, that's right. We were going to have the healer and the dwarf. Okay. Okay, yeah. And did we manage to re-equip her yet? No, we didn't, because it freaking railroaded us into a death and we had to reload the save and the autosaves were not there. That... Are we having... Yeah, it's... Okay, so I shouldn't have... So that's kind of a good thing because I had undressed Dora and I shouldn't have undressed Dora. I don't know what I was thinking. So that's a little bit of a good thing, but still kind of annoying and not cool. Okay, and I don't have any money, so let's sell our minor potions of healing. And then we need to go to a different, because I don't think this place will have, well, I guess it does, doesn't it? It's not just the rare stuff. No, we're in the Amazon Citadel. We're not where I thought we were. Okay. How did we do it? Didn't we click on? I don't know. Okay. You. We need to give you some items. You don't have a staff here for her to equip. Okay. Sandals of the mercenary. Boots of defense would be better. That's 6 defense. But should we do that or should we focus on this? Okay, that's only 18. So actually, no, 10 short. But we could still probably get the cloth cap as well. Okay. At least help out a little bit. Hold up. This counts as the Amazon Citadel? We're not in the Amazon Citadel. Why is it? The hell is going on right now? I don't know. Oh, there's our auto loads. What? I don't know. I just do not know at this point. Okay, do we go to Chambar's hut? Or...
Why are there imbeciles everywhere I go?
And for some reason, the Unforgiving Swamps are still not huntable. Okay. Don't know why that is, but okay. Did we redo Horror's Story yet with Ashran? I don't think we did. We didn't. Okay. Not that there was, much there, but, we don't really have much in the way of money. So probably we can't really get anything. Although we can get her a shirt now. which is better than what she has because she doesn't have a shirt. We can't get the very nice shirt, but we can at least get her a vest. Actually, that shirt's not better, is it? A little bit more magic and poison resist, but I'll just have to remember to go into a town whenever they force us to have a certain party members to reset the party. Because that's not cool. So what do we do now? I don't know where... Oh yeah, and we hadn't done this yet, had we? Oh, no, this is different. It had been a rough day on them all. Most of them just wanted to sit by the campfire for a hot meal and then go to sleep, Eleanor included. However, their food had run completely out the day before, and they were too busy with their tasks to gather more. Loren called over Eleanor. Arrange for a gathering party or else the weak-willed of us will apparently
Stream
starve.
Elements said, stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
So hungry. It's only been one day. Who would have thought some of us needed food to live? Amateurs. I think I saw some berry bushes in the woods. That will not feed us. They both looked at Emukiki as he made himself part of the conversation. Eleanor was less welcoming as usual. And what would you suggest? There are fish in the lake. How would we even catch the fish? I don't understand. The way you always catch fish. With a spear. That was unfortunately something that Eleanor hadn't been taught, nor even seen, thanks to her days in the Citadel. Berries keep for much longer, and anyway, not everyone is trained in spearfishing, so we can throw that idea out. Then stay behind. I will catch enough fish by myself. Whatever you get as much as you can. I don't want us to be in this situation again. Eleanor and Amukiki were left glaring at each other when Loren gave up on them. Amukiki's inherent competitiveness combined with Eleanor's possessiveness of her mistress triggered a war in their minds. They took separate routes to the same waterside location, but they met there just the same. Eleanor had quickly scoured through the forest for berry bushes, but was incredibly frustrated that she only found a few. Amukiki, on the other hand, was wading in the lake and had already started collecting a pile of fish on the shore. The gladiator only briefly acknowledged her presence before striking the water and retrieving the fish impaled on the spear. Eleanor's jaw clenched. This was not going the way she wanted. There wasn't another berry bush in sight, and likely wouldn't be anywhere nearby. At least not enough to trump his pile of fish. So she weighed her options. Continue with her plan or find another, better food source. There was no doubt in her mind that was the latter. Eleanor quickly evaluated her surroundings. Amukiki retrieved even more fish from the end of his spear. A bird chirped and flew away just above her head. She looked up and saw a bird's nest on a low branch, and she smiled to herself. Loren favored eggs. It is 1800, so that means it is time to end. We will continue that search for food as I go gather my own food tomorrow. So hopefully I will see you guys there. I hope you friends stay safe and give me a moment to evaluate our potential raid options. V-Stream first. And there is nobody on that I know of, so V-Stream. If you know somebody, feel free to tell me. Otherwise, no raid on V-Stream. Twitch. Okay, let's see. The key problem with Twitch will be if we've raided them before this month. As I said, I don't want to raid somebody twice in the same month. Don't want to look too desperate, right? Let's see what our options are. Okay, so no raid on Twitch. Stay safe, friends. Maybe I will see you tomorrow.